Okay, good morning, members and secretariat and media. It's a bright morning this morning today, and thank you for waking up early, for the good job you are doing in your diverse roles, media, secretariat, and members of the panel. I want to pray so that we can start our session today. Almighty God, we call upon your wisdom, favor, and blessing as we execute the responsibilities you have bestowed on us. We seek your guidance to treat and consider all matters and those that shall come under deliberation in so just, fair, and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. This morning we have 4 candidates, then we have 2 in the afternoon. And our first candidate is called Patrick Sanya Otoshwa Odame. So we can have Odame come, please. Mr. Odame, welcome, please, and have a seat. Thank you. Feel free to adjust your seat if you so wish to what you like. You have a pen and paper and water before you for you to use as when you need. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this election panel, and we are indeed grateful that you applied. You saw our advert and applied for the position of member of IEBC. And I'd like to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same, because there were many who applied, but your CV convinced the panel, and we are grateful. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you, and then after that we'll come to you. Linda, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, sir. My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Good morning, Bwana Odome.
Good morning.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Kituku, welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Patrick. My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this election panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Odame.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman. I'm a member of this panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Odame, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Good morning, Patrick Sanya.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you to this interactive.
Thank you very much.
Now we will come to you, and kindly, briefly, in 5 minutes, do let us know who you are. Highlight your profile and the things that you think in your profile are significant for us to know, but they're also relevant for the role that you have applied for. Do mention to us if you're a member of any professional society and if you have received any award or honor. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair and distinguished member of this panel. My name is Patrick Sanya Otoshwa Odame. I have 4 names, but you can call me Patrick, which is easier. In terms of my background, I come from western part of Kenya, Busia County, and I'm a Christian with a Christian background. In the terms of education, I started the schooling at a local primary school called Bumayenga until 1975, and then joined Budalangi Secondary School in the neighboring constituency. Then from there, I joined Friends School Kamsinga, where I did my A-levels. And then from there, I went to Egerton College by then, Agricultural College, where I did agricultural engineering with a specialization in soils and water engineering. Upon graduation, I was posted to Kisumu as a project officer under provincial irrigation unit. And basically, we were working with the smallholder farmers who are actually voters in terms of identifying irrigation schemes, designing and organizing them into water user associations. We know that water can easily bring conflict, and therefore I was involved in most cases organizing them in order to avoid conflict, because water is a shared commodity. I worked there under smallholder irrigation development program, and then later on I was deployed to Kisumu district by then to establish the first series of district irrigation units. And therefore, I was involved in organization of farmers and trying also to do extension services. Extension services basically involve farmers organization. From there, I went for further studies in the Netherlands and pursued agri-food production and marketing, which is just tropical and subtropical agriculture. My passion was basically to go beyond the engineering aspect and to know something about the issue of production, the value chains, and how products can be able to move up to international markets. In the Netherlands, I had an opportunity to study, to do work placement in a flower farm, and I studied the innovations the Netherlands people have and what makes them competitive in the floriculture industry. In most cases, you know, we have the World Flower Auction at Aalsmeer, and that's where we sell most of our crops, especially the floriculture. I came back to Kenya in 1999, and I was deployed at the ministry headquarters as an officer in charge of floriculture. And as we know, floriculture is one of the commodities that brings high foreign exchange to Kenya. In that case, it is private sector driven, and my role was basically to provide the policy guidance and help them in areas where they have constraints in order to go to international market. I worked with a variety of farmers, both private and also those who are initiating some of the projects. I worked there for 3 years, and then I moved to Western Kenya. That's Bukura Agricultural training college to impart skills to in-service students who are upgrading to do diploma. And my passion was basically to share my experiences in the terms of the horticulture industry. I worked there for about 3 years, and later on I was deployed to Agriculture Information Resource Center. At Agriculture Information Center, basically we were doing the packaging of knowledge products. And probably you are aware of the content where we were doing the Sikio la Mkulima. While there, I was the coordinator for training, and I had a chance to train some of the participants from South Sudan and also Somalia. From there, I worked there until 2009, and then there was an advert for the formation of interim independent electoral commission, which I applied. I had a passion because I had witnessed the 2007 election violence while I was in Kisumu, and I came to learn that election can be a trigger to violence. Therefore, I joined the IEBC in 2009, and our role was basically to help set up structures, the offices. We had to possess the offices which belonged to defunct ECK, and also help the new commissioners to recruit the constituency election coordinators and make sure that they had been settled. I was deployed in the Bungoma region, where we have 2 counties, that's Busia and Bungoma. While there as regional election coordinator, I was in charge of about 15 constituencies. We embarked on voter registration. By then, it was really manual, where we're using scanners to develop the register. Of course, we are aware that during that time, the black books, which had been used by ECK, had been outlawed. And therefore, we had to embark on a serious mobilization and to bring confidence in the electoral process after the violence of 2007. From there, I worked. Actually, the most challenging thing is that during that time...
I would like to have you summarize in a minute so that we can move to another thing.
Yeah. Then from there, I was deployed to Central, Upper Central, where I was in charge of Nyeri, Kirinyaga, and Nyandarua. I did the 2013 election, and then from there, I was deployed to the ministry headquarters, 2016, to be in charge of voter register.
Did you say ministry or IEBC headquarters?
That's the headquarters.
IEBC, not
IEBC headquarters, Anniversary Towers, where I was in charge of voter registration as voter registration manager. Then I worked there. I did the 2017 election and the repeat. And then 2018, I went to Kisumu. I was deployed to Kisumu. Actually, I requested to move to Kisumu because I was just nearing retirement. So then I moved to Kisumu County, where I did voter registration, mass voter registration. And then I exited, actually, in June 2022, just before the election.
Much. I want to ask Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Patrick, As a member of the IEBC Commission, what competencies do you think are essential for the team to work effectively?
Thank you, Madam Linda. There are quite a number of competences which are required. One is teamwork, collegiality. We need to form teams which can be able to perform various tasks. Another one is being able to listening. Because if you cannot listen to the secretariat, then you are bound to have problems. You also need to have computer literacy so that you can understand a number of issues surrounding the election. You need to understand the legal framework which guide the election and the regulations, so that you can be able now to function within the limits of the law.
And arising from your career journey experience, what situation or what experience has best prepared you for this high pressure, high stakes job? And if you have been in such a situation, would you share with this panel?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are situations, I know it's a very strenuous job. Having worked there for 13 years, it's not a really mean task. You are always on your toes under a lot of pressure, and you have to meet tight or strict deadlines. While working in Bungoma, that's the time we had a disturbance in Mount Elgon. And people had vowed they are not going to participate in the referendum. So it took a lot of negotiation skills and the communication to be able to convince the people that referendum is going to bring a lot of benefits to them, because basically the disturbance was about land issues, historical injustices on the land issues. And I was able to convince them, and by 6, I was in Mount Elgon using the radio to appeal to people to come out and vote. They came out in large numbers. By 11, 90% of the population had already voted. There's also another situation when I was in Nyeri in 2012. Remember, we had the issue of boundaries, and then we had these illegal gangs. Already, they didn't want their fingerprints to be taken during voter registration, and the areas which were very much disturbed were like Olujororok. And we had to move there and engage with the leadership to the point that we are able now to agree, and the people registered in big numbers. And you remember, in that region, people talked about a tyrant of numbers. I think I was the force behind that.
It's all right, Mr. Patrick. I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Carol. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Patrick, how is the independence of the IBC safeguarded in the Constitution or any other law, and what implications does that have for the IBC commissioners?
The independence of IBC is protected within the Constitution, within Election Act, within IBC Act, even the Political Party Act. There are quite a number, and even the regulations, which give IBC the mandate. And of course, it gives the mandate to be able to conduct election and a referenda and any election for some of the statutory bodies outside that. And it also gives them the functions which IBC can be able to undertake. And there are quite a number.
Okay, so how specifically does the Constitution or the laws that you've mentioned safeguard the independence of the IBC? What are those things that the law has clothed IBC with that makes it truly independent?
The law provides that IBC should be impartial. It should be transparent and accountable to the people of Kenya. And it has to work within the legal framework provided.
Absolutely. So take us through now the things that speak to the independence of the IBC when it is discharging its mandate and functions independently, transparently, and accountable to the people of Kenya and to other government institutions. What are these things?
One of the things, for example, when they are doing the voter registration, we need to have inclusivity in such a way that we give people their rights to vote or participate in election. In the area of delimitation, public participation is very crucial. In the area of nomination, there are guidelines in which we engage political parties and the candidates to be able to comply. In the area of voter education, we work with a number of key stakeholders to ensure that they are able to be educated and they become aware of the legal framework and all that pertains to election.
Okay, thank
yes.
you.
Yeah.
I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Madam Koki to ask some questions. Please, Koki.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Odame.
Yes, Ambassador.
I think I recall many years ago working closely with you.
Yes, as my trainer.
Yes, and I remember one of the things that you said that you were struggling with then and you are struggling with just before you left was the issue of public trust and confidence in IEBC. You told us that you were, when you joined IEBC 13 years ago, you have been with IEBC for 13 years. When you joined, your priority was to restore or to regain public trust. Unfortunately, this is still the same issue that confronts us today. Public trust and public confidence in IEBC. Perhaps you can share with us, this panel and Kenyans watching you at home, 4 things that you did practically to regain trust for IEBC that transitioned to the original IEBC. What you are able to do at that time, then we can see how we can apply the same to this forthcoming IEBC if you become a member.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. You are my facilitator in a bridge training, and which we have applied to the letter. Yeah, to ensure that all our election officials and the stakeholders are well trained using participatory methodology. As a facilitator, or a trained facilitator and accredited, One of the things I've done is development of knowledge products. You can see the very many manuals we have developed, guidelines, which we use to disseminate information that help to create awareness about the electoral process. One of the things we did during the transition period between 2009 and 2010 was basically to set up structures. And that the structure which would be able to deliver a credible, fair, free, and credible election. And that meant that we had to recruit the 210 constituency coordinators, induct them, train them, so that they are ready to undertake the referendum. Beside that, I've also participated in the sharing of knowledge from my experience on benchmarking or observation trips. One of it was the US 2016 election. When I came back, I think I was able to share a lot of knowledge on how electoral systems work and how we can be able to make the election credible.
So, creating structures and also sharing knowledge, how does that help restore confidence? I'm looking at practical things that you did. You are in a situation that is, all the public have lost confidence and trust, like we are in the situation now. What can you do if you are lucky to become a member of the IEBC Commission? What are you going to do as a priority? 1, 2 things, practical things, to immediately begin to restore. Because we assume that IEBC already has structures now, because we have a full secretariat that is working, and we have structures, we have everything on the ground, but still we don't have confidence, we don't have trust. How do you address that?
One of the things I'll do is basically stakeholder engagement. I think we have not engaged our stakeholders fully for them to understand the processes. From the petitions we have had, basically what is being challenged is our processes. They are not well understood. The technology itself has not been understood very well, how it functions, how it affects the results which are being transmitted. So I would really engage ecosystem of stakeholders, and that include religious community, it includes political parties. I would wish to really see a political party liaison committee which is very strong as a way of engaging so that we reduce tensions, people can understand our processes. In the voter registration, we'll be able to have a more simpler system. In the terms of transmission of result, let's open up even what is this server all about? Is it something which is so complicated? How can people be able to track what they are doing?
Okay. Mr. Odame, I wish you luck and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to invite FCPA to engage the candidate, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Odame, when did you leave IEBC?
I left on the 1st of June, 2022 under 50-year rule. 50-year rule retirement.
So you retired at 50, not 60?
No, you see, if you don't go up to 60, then you retire under 50-year rule.
Okay.
Yeah, because I started my leave in April, and I was due to retire in August.
Okay.
And the reason for that is that the commission made a decision that if you are retiring that particular year, they would not want to subject you to the petitions, which take another 6 months. Especially presidential is about 14 days, but these other positions, it will go up to 6 months. Therefore, you'll need an extension.
Okay. Now, further education is one of the core functions of IEBC. And I believe you've been participating in further education. So what operational challenges exist in that area, and what policy directions would you recommend if offered an opportunity as a commissioner at IEBC?
Thank you. One of the biggest challenge with the voter education is that it's not continuous. It's one of the area which is not funded, and we have always relied on partners to fund. And in that case, we are not able to do effective civic and voter education. Of course, civic education is supposed to be done by civil societies and other groups, like religious groups and all that. And also, one is funding, the constraint. Two is coordination with other key stakeholders who are helping us to do the voter education, which is really our mandate. So then we see some gaps that if voters or citizens are not well informed, then they are bound to have even mistrust. They may not be able to participate effectively in the electoral process.
So what policy directions will you provide if offered an opportunity as a commissioner to address those challenges?
I would really put up a policy on stakeholder engagement and collaboration. I'll also want to put the interagency mechanism in which we can work together with the institutions which can be able to help us communicate effectively to the citizens of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Evans Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Patrick, now that you have been in IEBC, you know the gaps we have been talking about voter registration. The Constitution of Kenya says that voter registration should be a continuous process. Will you please tell this panel what are some of the challenges IEBC has been having in ensuring that we do continuous voter registration?
One of the challenges is funding. We seem to get funding very closer to election, and it's one-off, rather than funding various segments of the electoral cycle. And also, while we say that we can be able to open up voter registration at constituency level, you will find that many young people, of course, they're the ones who are not registered yet, who are not in a register, they may not have the drive to go to those constituencies and register as voters. So while we may say we want to open up, the priority of people is not really to register as voters, because, you know, political mobilization is key in attracting people to register. In many places where I've been, you could even provide a kit and someone will say, I'm not going to register because I don't know who I'm going to vote for. So you can see political parties and candidates play a very big role in terms of mobilization. And even if we say it is continuous, you will still have a very low turnout. For now, you can see there's political alignment which is taking place. People are still confused. They don't know who they are going to, who is going to contest, and therefore they wait. And the Kenyans have a habit of waiting until the last minute, until they are very sure. It's when they will be able to come up and register. And you can see, even when we do mass voter registration for the 30 days, you will always see an extension of another 15 days.
From your understanding, you're talking about the finance, and even you're saying even if we say it, but you have not really given me the reason why the voter registration is not going on from the administrative point of view, or from regulation point of view. So, are you sure you have your facts right?
Yeah. You see, after election, usually, even just before election, we close the register, or we suspend the registration until after election. And until that is lifted again through a gazette notice, you may not have the registration going on. And the absence of commissioners, I think, has really affected the activities of the commission in one way or another.
If given an opportunity and you're an IEBC commissioner, what could you do different? Because Kenyans watching you out there will be wondering, what exactly does an IEBC person do, the constituents people who are there? What do they do on a daily basis? Also, what policy would you put in place to ensure that Kenyans have value for the money, for even the IEBC staff who are spread across the regions?
Thank you, Evans. What I would do is basically, there was a process which we had proposed earlier, the integration of voter registration and the issuance of IDs and the passport through the interagency mechanism, which really helped us during the 2016. If we are able to integrate such that people can be able to really, as they get their ID, they are also able to choose where they are likely to vote. Then we can only be able to get their biometrics, the same way we do with the certificate of good conduct. I think that would really help. And then we give them also a chance to transfer to any other station they would wish if they require to transfer. I think that would enhance, especially the participation of youths in terms of registration when they come into the register of voters.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You said you could be called Patrick.
Yes.
Patrick, please tell the panel what is the strategic importance of structured engagement between the IEBC and its stakeholders during the electoral cycle.
Thank you, Madam Fatma. The strategic importance of engaging stakeholders, one, is to have them participate effectively. Two, is to gain their support, because you require their support to be able to reach out on the outreach to other stakeholders. You also, it will also help you build trust and confidence. And they'll also be able to understand your processes. And it also creates transparency and accountability.
How does the same contribute to mitigating violence?
Indeed, it is also good, because sometimes violence comes because of mistrust, because of miscommunication, and we need to have a dispute resolution mechanism, and that can only be achieved through stakeholder engagement.
Early enough and?
Early enough, during, and after.
Thank you very much. Wish you well, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Patrick, you are currently working as the chair of some water body in Busia.
Busia Water Sewerage Company.
Yes, I didn't hear you mention. That's why I'm...
Yeah, I didn't talk about what I do currently.
Is it a full-time employment?
No, it's a board which is created to deliver water and sewerage services in Busia. And after my retirement, I was a member of a task force before to help the governor in the first 100 days to come up with the strategies. And I was a chair of a committee which was dealing with agriculture, water, and other areas. Of course, that assignment was done and completed. And later on, they advertised position of the board. Actually, we had not had a board for 2 years. So the water company was really struggling with the governance issues. So then we applied and went through competitive interview. I was privileged to be selected to serve on the board. And then we did, during our first meeting, they elected me as the chair of the board.
What is the budgetary allocation of that body?
Basically, interestingly, it doesn't have any budget from county government. That is the biggest problem it has had. It was expected to stand on its own, but as we know, water bodies are really struggling, especially where they're using pumping. The gravity ones are at least viable, but the pumping ones have a lot of operational costs, which cause a lot of problems. Therefore, it was expected to sustain itself, and by the time we were joining, it did not have adequate resources. There was very little investment into the infrastructure, to the point that they were very dilapidated. Tanks were leaking. Some of the pipes had been uprooted by road contractors. Pumps were very old, broken down, and therefore many schemes were not functional to the optimum, denying the residents of Busia water.
I'm surprised because you did not include it in your CV that you work in that place. Yet it is it's a good job. Are you not proud to be working at that place as a chair?
Actually, it's really part-time because the water regulation requires that you meet four times in a year. Yeah, therefore, it's not a full-time job, and if I did not include, it's an oversight because it's a very important component.
Okay. There was a memorandum that was sent to you. You received it?
Yes, I received it yesterday.
Yes.
And I responded to it.
Is there anything else you want to add on it?
One thing I wanted just to say is that this body has serious financial problem, is in a financial crisis, and we have been engaging the county government because water provision is a function of the county government. And we as a body or a board, we come in basically to execute the mandate. Now, the biggest problem with Buasco, or Busia Water and Sewerage Company, is the way it was registered. It was registered as a private entity with the shareholding. And for the 10 years, we had people who are board members, but they are private shareholders offering services. And therefore, government and even partners cannot be able to fund a private entity. So what we did basically was now to engage the governor so that they could be able to buy out those shares so that it becomes wholly owned by the county. But this process has taken a long time. If you can see one of the attachment, this thing has come on the 10th of April, is when now they are changing. And that was after they were prompted by the Senate. So then, as a board, we are incapacitated to even lobby for resources, which would be able to help the company in its growth and meet its operation. By the time we are joining, already they were in arrears in terms of salary and even statutory deduction. And this has continued for some time. So we engaged the county assembly as well as the governorship. Then they agreed to give us a grant of 30 million, which was later on reduced to 15. And then we only got 5. Out of 5, we used 3 to pay electricity bill. We remained with the 2. Out of 2, we borrowed 1.2 to pay staff salaries. We remained with 1.8, which we revived the 2 schemes. So we are still negotiating with the county government and to prioritize water as a very important aspect so that they inject more resources. Of course, there's a promise, and therefore, we as a board, we are willing to do as much as it takes. Even we do that more or less on pro bono because we are not even paid the allowances. We drive from here to Busia, come back, discuss, have one-day meeting, and still come back. But we have a role to play because we have to give back to the society.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Professor Adams Law, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sanya Otoshwa Odami.
Yes, Prof.
You've been in IEBC, or you are in IEBC, for close to
13 years.
13 years.
Yeah.
You transitioned from the double IEC to the IEBC.
True.
You served in an IEC that came as a result of the 2007-2008 precipice.
True.
So we can say, and you are a man of white hair nearly, so you have seen it all.
True.
And I heard you say here, because, and you saw Ambassador laughing when you mentioned the server. I'm known here as Mr. Server. What is it? Because I was intrigued that having served that long and having witnessed 3 elections in which the server was always a contentious issue. And I can tell you for sure that if it's not resolved with the incoming IEBC, it will be an issue again in 2020. I can tell you that with finality. Based on your experience in IEBC and based on the fact that you told Ambassador Koki that even this server needs to be explained, tell Kenyans, you having worked in IEBC, why is this server never explained by IEBC itself, despite it being always an issue and likely still to be an issue?
Thank you, Prof. A server is just a computer, basically, with its own network, which is used to store electoral data. In this case, it hosts quite a number of data. One of it is the register of voters. And then it can also be used for the issue of nomination.
No, let's go because of time.
Yes, and in the terms of...
Does it store?
Yes.
The form 34A as declared at the polling station?
I would say yes, but there's mistrust.
No. Does it store?
It does.
I've been using the parliamentary Hansard. Now let me go to what was used in olden times. You remember the carbon copy?
Yes.
You write here, and it gives you, it leaves a copy.
Yes.
So you remove this one, and you remain with a carbon copy. Would you say, from a common sense perspective, that the server holds the carbon copy of Form 34A?
I don't think it does, Prof.
Why?
What is usually there is basically the logs.
No. If it is prescribed, I know that you are going to tell me the computer language, that before it is transcribed, it has the what. But finally, once it's transcribed, just the same way that when the Hansard is transcribed, we will get exactly what Odame said. Isn't that what the server does?
A server is basically, it is a database, basically. And this database, when you vote, it is able to record even the timestamp.
No, you're going into too many details.
Yes.
I'm asking, this thing we call, and if you don't know, just say you don't know, this result transmission system.
Yes.
That goes to the server. What does it transmit to that server?
The form. Form 34A for presidential.
So it is a true copy of what will be brought to Bomas.
Yeah,
that
true.
goes to the server.
True.
Thank you. My next question, and the last question, imagine a scenario that Sanya Otosha Odame is a commissioner and a senior government official demands expedited clearance of a candidate in violation of IEBC rules. How would you navigate this pressure while upholding the Commission's independence?
Thank you very much, Prof. We have faced such a situations many times. Pressure coming from all over, even from higher offices. But it's very important to stick on the rules and the guidelines which are provided. We would politely tell the person putting pressure, yes, I'm willing to assist, but let's go by the rules which are provided. And you stand with that, you will be able, you will do that very politely, they'll be able to understand. We have faced a situation where when you are recruiting the officials, someone comes with a list of even 100 people. You take it, but you tell him, these people will be subjected to the interview just like any other. Those who qualify, will take them. And they understand. At the end, when you have already chosen people through competitive interviews, you know, they'll take that list, go back to the people and say, you see, I assisted you, without knowing that you have done it objectively.
Thank you, Chair.
I suspect that you have 2 questions. Please.
Mr. Dame, I know it's long since you were in high school. But
True.
At the end, we usually, the chair asks us to ask a high school question. And the first one is usually from your area of expertise. I've seen that you have served, other than the IEBC, you served in the Ministry of Agriculture for a very long time, and specifically in matters irrigation. Which is the oldest public irrigation scheme in Kenya, and in which year was it initiated?
I know of Bura. I may not remember very well the year it was initiated.
Thank you. My second question is, which is the West African country that was founded by freed slaves in 1847?
Ivory Coast.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dame. We are grateful for the time we have shared and for the illumination we have received from interacting with you about your candidature and the IBC and the role that you have applied for. We want to wish you well. But just as we finish, I don't know whether you have anything that you would like to say, your parting shot, take 1 minute and say something, a comment or a question. If there is none, then we will proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to appreciate the panel, the Chair and the distinguished members for the work you are doing. We know how intense it is. By the time you finish, you will be feeling like an election official who has been working. But what we are doing is really critical for this country. Elections are the basic foundation for democracy. And therefore, you stand counted as people who contributed immensely to the democracy or democratization of Kenya through elections. Mine is just to wish you well and pray that you will continue tracking the candidates who go through and become commissioners. And hopefully they'll be able to live to the words they have been able to pronounce in this particular boardroom. So mine is to wish you well and have God's blessing as you continue interviewing other participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have appreciated your time. You will find your certificates with the gentleman at the door. Feel free to pick your notebook and the pen and the water if you so wish. Blessings to you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Asante. Feel free to adjust the seat as you wish. You have a pen and a notebook there, and some water for you to use as you may like. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. Thank you for showing interest in the advertised position for member of the IEBC Commission, and congratulations for being shortlisted.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves. We start with the Vice Chair. Please, Linda.
Good morning, Dr. Ruto.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Bwana Ketenya, habari ya asubuhi.
Mzuri sana.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili, na karibu.
Asante.
Peter, good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Ketienya.
Good morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Peter.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning, Peter.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Daktari, and karibu sana.
Good
My
morning.
name is Koki Muligrinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Peter.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Now we come to you to highlight your profile, indicating those things that are important for you in view of this role that you've applied for. Let us know if you're a member of any professional society, and if at all you have received any award. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Peter Ruto Ketienya. I'm 47 years old, and I've been working for the last about 24 years now, and mainly in the public service. I began my working career in NHIF then, and I had been employed as a graduate accountant. And working in NHIF, being my first job, gave me an opportunity to learn how government works. And along there, I was able to gain some expertise on the same. And also working for NHIF, I was able to do allocated some additional responsibilities. That time when I was in NHIF, we basically used to have like a flat rate deduction for everybody who was working then, a maximum of about 320. And at that time, it used to just cover just the bed. When somebody is admitted, then it would only cover the bed rate. So when I was in NHIF, I was chosen to be part of a health financing committee. And being a member of that health financing committee, we were able to review the package that NHIF was offering then. And we were able to come up with an enhanced benefit package, then known as Super Cover. Also, when I was in NHIF, I was fortunate enough to be chosen to be the project accountant for a project that we were piloting with PricewaterhouseCoopers, known as the Output-Based Aid Program, which was also supposed to look at the benefits that we're offering. So I worked in NHIF for about 8 years. And then I got an opportunity to join Kenya Forest Service, where I joined as a senior accountant. And after about 9 months, there was a vacancy for the deputy director and head of finance, which I applied. And I was fortunate enough to be appointed to be the head of finance. And working in KFS was also a different experience. When I joined, we were just in the process of rolling out the ICT and ERP system for them. So we were able to pick it up. We were able now to ensure that we are fully automated, especially the finance function at Kenya Forest Service. And as a result of this, I remember when I joined, we were collecting appropriations in aid of about 191 million. And by the time I left, we had hit the 1 billion mark. And this was largely due to the automation process that we brought in place. When I was in Kenya Forest, normally they give out what we call movement permits. If you want to move forest produce from one area to the other, you had to get a movement permit and you had to pay for it. And I remember when I joined, there were always allegations that there were counterfeit movement permits going around. So one of the things I remember we did together with the team there was to totally change those movement permits. We looked for a security printer who was now able to put security features on those movement permits. We were able to bring about a system that would now regulate and control the issuance of those permits. And that really contributed to our ANA going up substantially. After Kenya Forest Service, I then was fortunate enough to get a job after applying at the Kenya Rural Roads Authority as the General Manager Finance. Again, when I joined the road sector, this was again a different setup, because now I'd been in the health sector, I'd been in the environment sector, and now I was coming to the road sector. But one cutting theme across, when I joined again, I found we were using manual systems in the finance department. Basically what was being used was an Excel worksheet. So that was a very high risk system. So immediately the first thing we did with the team there was to look for an ERP, and we were able to do our specifications. We were able to procure an enterprise resource planning system known as SAGE, and we were able now to fully automate the accounting process at KERA, and this was able to improve the services and the efficiency and the effectiveness there. After working with KERA, I then took a short break and went into teaching, and I taught at the Kenya School of Monetary Studies as a lecturer in finance, economics, and accounting. Also taught at Catholic University. And during that time, we were approaching the 2017 elections. That was in 2016. And I decided to try that opportunity that came. So during the Jubilee nominations, I put forth my candidature. We went through the nominations process with a political party. Unfortunately, after the nominations in April, I was second in the nominations, so I was not able to proceed. But that was for the position of Member of Parliament for Kuresoi South, that is in Nakuru County. So when that didn't go through, the governor then, Kinuthia Mbugua, had also lost in the Jubilee nominations, and he had decided to be an independent candidate. So he reached out and we discussed, and accepted to be his running mate for that election then. But before we got to the elections, he was asked to step aside, so we did not participate in those elections. Later on, an opportunity came up where I applied, and I was appointed as the County Executive Committee member for Trade, Tourism, and Cooperatives in Nakuru County. And when I took up that role, I remember when I joined, and I found we did not have the necessary legal framework to be able to guide the trade department. So one of the first things we did together with the team there was now to come up with a legislative framework. We were able to come up with about 4 bills that were discussed in cabinet then and sent to the county assembly. These were the trade bill, the tourism and marketing bill, an enterprise fund bill, and a cooperative revolving fund. And this was subsequently passed, and they became acts, and they are now in use in Nakuru County. We were also able to do, when I was a CEC Trade, we were also able to do our first investment conference for the county. And this was a very interesting time for me, because now we were able to interact very deeply with especially the private sector and other key players in the Nakuru economy. So we dealt with the manufacturers, the small-scale businessmen, the farmers, and brought them together. And now, together with the legislative laws that we had passed, we were able to create a conducive environment where at least business now was able to pick up in Nakuru County. We also had the special economic zones, which were then also able to take off during the investment conference. And as a result, we had investments that have come in to date, totaling about 4 billion into the county. In 2018, the governor then assigned me an extra role of handling the docket of youth, gender and social services. That was in addition to the trade docket. And this was a very unique department because now we were dealing with persons with disability, we were dealing with marginalized groups, we were dealing with children. So for me, when I joined, working together with the team that was there, we realized we didn't have a fund that would be able to help, especially the persons with disabilities. So I reached out to the CEO then of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And together we were able to come up with the Disability Fund, which was operationalized. We were able to fund it, and we were able to buy assistive devices, wheelchairs, canes. And this really assisted especially the persons with disability. Around 2019, the governor then reorganized his government, and I was assigned the role of CEC Finance. And again, when I took up that role, one of the biggest challenges we were finding was there were still some loopholes, especially with the legislative framework. So again, that was my starting point. And also, I felt that we needed to change how we were, especially...
I'd like you to summarize in a minute, please.
Okay, so I thought we need to relook at how we are collecting our revenue then. And we were able to come up with an act that created a small KRA for Nakuru County so that we streamlined revenue. After that, I then, an opportunity came for me to be the Chief of Staff under Governor Susan Kihika, and that is where I'm serving currently. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chair. What are your personal attributes, Dr. Ruto?
Thank you for that question. Some of the personal attributes, one, I believe I'm a team player. In all the areas that I've been able to work, I've always felt that the first point of contact is with your employees who are there, being able to listen to them, being able to take in their views, being able to also communicate to them what you feel needs to be done. Then also in terms of integrity, I think I've upheld my integrity in all the different areas that I've worked. I've also tried to be very transparent in my undertakings so that to ensure that we are able to work as a team. Thank you.
And what professional experiences would help you contribute to enrich the Commission's work?
I think given my background, which has basically been around business management, finance, and accounting, and also along the way I've been the vice chair of the tender committee, so we've been able to go through the procurement process, been able to identify areas where we felt there were gaps, and also I think my interaction with the different ICT systems. I may not be a technical person in ICT, but I've come to appreciate the role that ICT can play in an organization, especially to make it more efficient. Thank you.
In your career journey, have you been able to experience a high-pressure job, such as what is expected at the IEBC? And if so, could you share with this panel?
Along the way, I think in the different offices I've worked, I think generally dealing with money is always a bit of a challenge. It's actually a high-pressure job because you find resources determine how the organization is going to run. So without resources, you find that activities are not able to take off. So you'll always find yourself, we need money for this, we need money for this, can we source more money? So it has always been what I would say pressure in its own way.
Has anyone ever tried to bribe you in your course of duty, especially at the county, in your respective positions? And how did you react to that?
When dealing with finances, there have always been attempts to come and ask you, can you please fast track my payment so that if it is fast tracked, I can be able to contribute this. And that has happened quite a lot when I was in Kenya Forest, when I was in Kenya Rural Roads, and even at the county. And what I've always told people, first and foremost, it is our duty to be able to process payments for everyone, irrespective of who that person is, and that there should be no attempt to even to try and either bribe me or my staff who I worked with. So that is something that we made clear. And maybe if I can use an example, because this was very prevalent in the road sector than even in the county. So I remember when we were in roads, what we then came up with, together with the Director General then, and one of the head of technical departments, is we came up with a system where we would come up with an aging schedule of all the pending payments, so that this would be a document that would have to be countersigned by the three of us. And once that was done, that was even before money gets to KERA. So once we would do that, and we'd have this signed by the three of us, then we would not be able to deviate from that. So it made it difficult now for somebody to come and tell me, can you please pay my payment, and it is not in our aging schedule.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. A quick one. Do you have any qualification in accounts or finance?
I have done ACCA. Yes, I didn't do CPA.
Yes, but are you you're a finalist in ACCA?
Yes, I did up to certificate stage.
Okay, so are you a member of any institute?
I'm a member of the Institute of Management.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Carol, please proceed and ask the candidate some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Peter.
Yes.
What are the three core functions of the IBC as stated in Article 88 of the Constitution?
As per Article 88 of the Constitution, I think the main role of IEBC is to conduct elections and referenda, but also in the process of doing this, they have to do voter registration, which entails persons who maybe have attained the age of 18 and have an ID, being able now to be registered as a voter. The other key role of IEBC would be on the delimitation of boundaries. The other key role of IEBC is on the registration of political aspirants who may want to contest. Then there's also the issue of voter education, that IEBC undertakes voter education, civic awareness in preparation for elections.
In specific to voter registration, how does IBC actualize that mandate?
In actualizing that mandate, first, I think IEBC has made very commendable efforts in trying to automate that process, so that when a person wants to now be registered as a voter, he will approach the IEBC offices. He'll have the KIMS kits, and he'll have his biometrics taken. And once the biometrics are taken, they're then uploaded into the voter register. And once the voter register has been uploaded, then now it's an indication that this person can be able to take part in an upcoming election.
Right. How does IBC deal with issues that come out of voter registration?
As a result of, again, on the automation, I think normally in the course of maybe inputting, there could be issues of double entry, maybe issues of maybe the wrong details captured. Now, normally there's a provision that audits can also be done on that voter register. I think it has been done twice, in 2017, I think, and 2022 by KPMG. And I think those reports come and they're also able to assist IEBC now to be able to correct some of the errors that maybe have come up in the voter register.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You talked about Nakuru, and I noticed that there is also Nairobi associated to you. Which county do you come from? Or would you like us to assume you come from?
Chair, that is an interesting question for myself. I was actually born in Nairobi, but now I reside my home county where I still live in Nairobi, but now also in Nakuru. So I am supposing that maybe when the details were captured, my ID indicates that I was born in Nairobi.
Okay. Which one would you like us to assign you to, if we need to?
I think, Chair, I've been established in Nairobi. I've worked in Nairobi for many years.
Okay.
I think Nairobi is home.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Daktari, having participated in nominations and working in a political setting, you can appreciate how politics can be very divisive and polarizing, especially when candidates in elections mobilize along ethnic and political lines, which of course makes their relationship with IEBC inimical to democratic processes. If you are nominated as a member of IEBC, please tell this selection panel and those watching you four ways you would use to strengthen the Commission's ability to manage political stakeholder relations with candidates, including independent candidates, and political parties, and the candidates sponsored by political parties.
Thank you. I think in the last number of elections we've had, I think they have all been a bit divisive, as you've put it. And some of the times you find they have been quite contested. Maybe the margins have been very small, and as a result, maybe one party would feel that there were some things that were not done well. And I think as for IEBC, given its mandate as per the Constitution, I think one of the most important things would be just to ensure that the process is transparent, right from procurement of the kits that will be used, right from the technology that will be used. I think also keeping an open line of communication with the political parties so that they are aware of any changes that may be done. This should be communicated to them early in time. I think there should also, excuse me, I think there should also be trainings for IEBC staff so that they know what is expected of them, so that as they engage, and then also just to have more civic education and to have more stakeholder engagement with political parties so that we can be able to build the trust. I think that the other big challenge that
Perhaps what you need to do in responding to this question
Yes.
is focus more
Yes.
on the political parties,
Okay.
because they are the ones who mobilize and polarize people
Yes.
along ethnic and party lines.
Yes.
So what do we do to them?
Yeah.
Not IEBC. IEBC is already spoken for
Yes.
a lot.
Yes, for the political parties, one is also if we could have a code of conduct for political parties so that if it can be adhered to, because I think the biggest challenge has always been adhering to that code of conduct. For example, if I can give the example of when we did the nominations, when I participated, within the political parties, you'd find the communication sometimes was not very clear on the certain deadlines, on the certain dates. So you find a lot of misconceptions starting to build up. So I think a clear line of communication would be appropriate, and also a level of transparency in the entire process.
You had already mentioned, Daktari,
Yes.
the clear line of communication,
Yes.
and also transparency in
Yes.
the activities.
Yes.
Are there any two more that you can mention?
With regard to the political parties?
Yes, so that to improve that relationship between candidates, political parties with IEBC, looking at everything is usually thrown at IEBC,
Yes.
and the political parties stand back as if they have no blame in this game.
I think also on the election, on the dispute mechanisms that maybe the parties will also put into play, I think there needs to be an element of fairness. The process needs to be it needs to be fair to all the candidates. A candidate needs to feel that he lost, but in a fair and transparent manner.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and I wish you well, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to invite FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair. And Mwanakatianya, I want to pick from where my chair left. How many levels are there for one to be an ACCA?
There are 3 levels.
So I've seen you've done what? Foundation and certification?
Yes.
So there's still another level?
There's still another level.
Which is?
The professional.
Professional. So
Yes.
you are yet to do that one?
Yes.
Are you a member of ISPAC?
No, I'm not.
You are not. So you've not done qualification for CPA?
I didn't do CPA.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, what is the role of a chief of staff?
The role of a chief of staff, especially in the county, one is normally you have about 4 directorates that you supervise within the office of the governor. We normally have a communications section, we have a political section, we have a protocol section, and we have a governor's delivery unit. So basically what happens is we have some flagship projects within the county, and those are the ones that the governor is very focused on. So we have a unit that monitors all the flagship projects that are ongoing. We do reports, brief the governor. We also act as a liaison with the various departments on the major key projects that are going on within the department. And also in terms of communication, if there are key things the governor would like to communicate to the public, then it is done within our unit.
Okay.
So I sort of manage.
So you are like coordinating the entire function within the executive?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So using that experience and appreciating the role of IEBC, and yesterday we had one of the candidates here telling us that the biggest expenditure at IEBC is on electoral staff who are involved. So what are your thoughts on how IEBC can build and retain professional, competent, and impartial electoral workforce?
Thank you. As the elections approach, the issue of staff is going to be critical because they are going to be the face and the interaction with the voters. And given the fact that as we come to election time, we recruit for the 46,000 polling stations, meaning that we, during that process, have to recruit about 500,000 people. That in itself is a mammoth task. So IEBC will need to ensure that in terms of recruitment, we are able to recruit people of integrity, people who are transparent in their dealings, people who can be able to communicate clearly, especially to the voters.
How do you ensure you employ people of integrity? Those are the mechanisms you want to hear.
For me, what I would do in conjunction with the HR department within the IEBC is, one, make sure that we have a clear HR manual that clearly states the qualifications required for which post, the competencies, the experience levels, and ensuring that the recruitments are done in an open and transparent manner, so that the end result, the person that is recruited for the job, is somebody who merits that specific job.
Yeah, but you've not answered me on integrity. How do you ensure that you employ persons of integrity?
With integrity, I think we have legislation that governs on the issue of integrity, that people need to be transparent, that people need to be open, they need to be accountable for their actions. I must admit that that is not going to be an easy task, especially when you're dealing with 500,000 people. But I think we can also be able to have our staff trained by EACC. I think EACC have a training unit that can also be able to come in and train our staff, who can also be trainers of trainers to our team in the regions, so that they are able to weed out the people maybe who don't meet the threshold as per the legislative framework. But I must admit, it's not going to be an easy task to get the people with good integrity when recruiting over 500,000 people.
For us as panelists here, what parameters would we use to test integrity? Any ideas?
To test somebody's integrity, I think one would be able to look at his background, his track record, maybe in the places where he has been, being able to get references from his previous employers. That can also give a guide as to what kind of a person this is. The public is also allowed to give petitions on the character of somebody. Those can also be used to gauge the integrity of a person. So I think those can be able to at least give an indication of the integrity.
Can the same not be applied to recruitment at IEBC for staff and electoral staff?
Through the chair, that can be done. The only thing I was trying to look at is on that magnitude, we would then need to ensure that there's a process by which it can be cascaded from the top coming down, so that at the end of the day, all the people who will be working for IEBC, at least we can be able to say are people of integrity.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
I invite Misati to ask some questions, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Peter?
Yes.
From a governance perspective, what reporting and accountability relationship exists between the commissioners and the secretariat?
The responsibilities for the commissioners and the secretariat is envisaged, is stated in the IEBC law, and it says that the commissioners will be responsible for formulation of policy, and that the secretariat would be responsible for the day-to-day running of the IEBC. So in terms of, this will be in terms of policy formulation for the boundary delimitation, for matters of the voter registration, for how the conduct of elections will be. But also let me add, I think that is a matter that I think has recurred severally in elections that have been held, the clear line between where the chair's role starts and where the secretary's role starts. There's always been overlap, and I think through the committees of IEBC, they should be able to check on some of the activities. For example, the Finance and Procurement Committee, the Audit Committee, the Legal Committee, so that they're able to do that oversight. But I must admit, it is a challenge, and we would need to, as a commission, get a good working arrangement between the commission and the secretariat.
Kindly show us how the reporting structure is from the constituency up to the chair. Who reports to who and under what structure?
Okay, at the constituencies, we have the returning officers who are based at the constituencies, and normally they then come up and report to the county, where we have the county elections officer based within that county, and then based on that, now it comes to the head office, or where now we'll have the chair and the secretary of the commission.
To report to the chairman or to the commission?
The secretary will report to the chair as the head of the commission.
Yes. And then your understanding of the working subcommittees of IEBC, and maybe you can say something about it, and how it helps in exercising joint responsibility.
Maybe there are, I think, about 7 subcommittees of the board at IEBC. Let me just pick one item. For example, if it was to deal with procurement. Normally the procurement process would start once the budget has been passed, and then the procurement plan is done, and that procurement plan should also be approved by the board through the Committee of Finance and Procurement, so that when we are doing the procurement, we are able to know what items will be procured, we're able to know the amounts, and we're able to know the procurement method. I think that would be adequate for the board level, because now as a board they'll be able to be clear that the items that are going to be procured are going to be these ones, the mode is this, the amounts are this. But the actual procurement process, because the accounting officer is now the secretary of the IEBC, that role of now the actual procurement, that will now be left to the secretary of the commission, giving out the adverts, doing the evaluation of the entire process, procuring the items, but also along the way he needs to be able to appraise the committee that this is where we are. If there are problems, then the commission should be able to come in. If I can give an example, in his book, Ahmed Isaac Hassan, I think the referee of a dirty game, he has actually picked that point when it came to the procurement of equipment, and that along the way things didn't go as planned, and at the end of the day it was not the secretary who was being held, it was the chairman who was being asked to account. So it's an issue that needs to be relooked at.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Peter,
Yes, Fatuma.
would you kindly tell the panel what legal or policy framework provides guidance for the stakeholder engagement by the IEBC?
Thank you. I think stakeholder engagement is going to be a very critical component for the IEBC, especially when we are having this issue of the trust deficit. I think IEBC would need to be able to work with as many partners as possible, so that now we can be able to be clear. And areas of the principles that can be applied on stakeholder engagement, one would be possibly to agree on the terms of reference for the engagement that
I'm looking for the legal and the policy framework that guide.
Okay.
Yeah, that guide the stakeholder engagement.
In terms of the legal framework, I think maybe starting with the Constitution itself, it provides that there needs to be public participation. Public participation, this would mean engaging with all the other stakeholders who are part of this process. Also in terms of the Election Act and the Political Parties Act, they also require that there needs to be that constant engagement. And also in terms of if we are going to have disputes, there is the Election Offences Act that will come into play. I think those will be the legal frameworks that can be able to guide the stakeholder engagement.
What about internally? The policy now, internally, the IEBC? Sure.
Some of the policies that we can come with internally, and I think this would be more or less guided by some of the provisions in the IEBC law. One, will be coming up with the clear manuals on, or if you're going to engage with a certain stakeholder, are we going to have an MOU? What are going to be the terms of engagement? Some of the standards that we are going to agree on, the outputs, what will be achieved. I think it would be good if the same is able to be documented so that even as we engage with these stakeholders internally or externally, we can be clear on what our output will be, but keeping in mind that IEBC is an independent body.
What are your insights after such a very strong background on stakeholder engagement in the electoral process? If, for instance, the IEBC ignores or rather treats it as trivial, what are your insights around that?
For me, and also based on my previous engagement, stakeholders, I feel, always have an input that they can be able to give that can improve the process. This is because they're looking at something from an outsider's view. So if a proposal or a suggestion is given, we would need to discuss it with the fellow commissioners and possibly the secretariat, look at the pros and cons and the benefits, so that if it is something that can add value, then we see how to incorporate. If it's something that maybe will not add value to the commission, then see how to still engage with them, not maybe dismiss them offhand, but just see how to keep on constant engagement with them.
Yes, I do agree. However, there is need to also note that the kind of stakeholder engagements at IEBC is very different from the stakeholder engagements we speak about when you're talking about maybe other corporates or maybe, companies, because in real sense, the IEBC actually conducts this on behalf of the public, and they are interested parties because they are candidates, they are political parties, and all these are stakeholders. And everything the IEBC is doing has an impact, direct impact on this week. Impact on our democracy, impact on our leadership, impact on our livelihoods. So the uniqueness of stakeholder engagement at IEBC must be registered and understood to be very different from any other institution, organization, or company. I just wanted to put that through to you, so it's not the ordinary stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. That's well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Peter.
Yes.
The County Government Act of 2012 emphasizes local governance and public participation. As an IEBC commissioner, if you get the chance to be nominated, how would you ensure that electoral operations at the county level align with the national standards while addressing the local dynamics?
Thank you for that. I think one key thing that we would need to start with would be on the aspect of training. Being able to train our staff at the county level, and also being able to reach out, because now the setup that we have now, we have the governors on board, we have the women rep, we have the members of parliament, we have the MCAs, and these are people who more or less are on the ground most of the time. So they are usually able to understand the local dynamics. So if we're able to ensure that our staff are properly trained, would be one, that there is also a clear flow of communication from our head office down to the counties, so that if there is any new amendment or a new change or a new development, it needs to be able to be sent to them early in time and in a clear and very concise way, so that we are all able to speak in one direction.
Yeah, and having worked at the county, maybe this is your 7th or 8th year?
I think 8th year now.
8th year.
Yes.
And you have worked with more than one governor.
Yes.
What were the leadership styles, not naming the governors that in particular, and which one do you prefer working with?
Thank you. I think as you've put it, we are all different, and the leadership styles have actually been very different. And one thing that I've found working very well is when the leader is able to clearly articulate his vision for the county. He's able to state what needs to be done, the specific activities that he wants to be done, giving a clear timeline and giving clear responsibilities. I think that has been the leadership style that I've seen that works best. Clarity in your vision, clarity in your mission, clarity in assignment of work to the various parties. That for me, I think, I've seen it deliver and have a big impact in the county.
Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Professor to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Peter Ruto Ketienya.
Yes, Prof.
I want to follow from where my good friend and colleague here, Bore, has left. The former governor, the first governor under the county government, loses in the nominations, picks you as a running mate. The succeeding governor incorporates you into the county executive. The governor, sitting governor, whom he loses to, makes you the chief of staff. What is the magic of Ketienya?
Through the chair, I think, Prof, there is no magic. I think it is just that I'm a forthright person. I'm honest, and I'm transparent in my undertakings. I also endeavor to make sure that assignments that are given, we are able to deliver on time. But beyond that, I also try to think at least slightly beyond, to anticipate what is likely to come and see how to mitigate. But I think being transparent and being open, I think are some of the qualities that possibly have led the governors to retaining me.
Very well, that was on the governors. Let's go to Ketienya the man. Ketienya the man has sought to be an MP. Ketienya the man has sought to be a deputy, to be a running mate. Ketienya the man has served as a CEC, which means a member of the cabinet. So sought to be an MP, sought to be a deputy governor, served as a member of the cabinet of the county, served as a is serving as a key bureaucrat. So you have literally walked over the space of seeking to be elected, being a member of a cabinet, a key member of the bureaucracy, and now seeking to be a commissioner. You've just told us about referee of a dirty game. You've been in the game, and you now want to be the referee. As I told one of the interviewees here, that if we use that analogy of Ahmed Isaac as son and put the football or soccer in it, then many a time great players like you seek to be a player coach or a coach, not a referee. Why does Ketienya not want to be a player coach or a coach, but instead wants to be a referee?
Through the chair, I think that is that's a very interesting analogy, and it is something that, as you rightly put it, I've been through the process itself. I've seen some of the challenges, especially for parties undertaking the nomination process. It's not an easy process, and you find sometimes the rules are there, but the rules are not being adhered to, therefore making it a bit unfair in some aspects. But I think, as you've put it, in any football match, there has to be a referee, and that referee has to call out when things go wrong. And I think, having gone through what I went through, and if given this opportunity, I feel I would make an impartial referee in the process. And I think, given the little experience I had going through that other process, I think we can be able to work together with other commissioners to make especially the nomination process a bit more fairer and a bit more fair and just.
I guess you mean nominations within political parties.
Yes.
That leads me to my last question on this segment. Given that you have been a political player, given that you have naturally to contest from a political formation other than being independent, which you nearly partnered your principal aspirant for governor, imagine Ketienya is a commissioner. You've been in the game, you know what happens, you've already told us. And you became aware of your fellow commissioner meeting secretly with political party operatives during an election period. How would Dr. Peter Ruto Ketienya respond?
Through the chair, I think once you have been appointed as the chair or as a member of the commission, I think the first thing you do is you take an oath of office. And in that oath of office, you swear allegiance to the Constitution and to ensure that you conduct yourself in a manner that befits that office or that role. If I was to come into such information, first I would have to maybe in my own way try and establish the facts as to whether it is factual or not. if I find that it is something that is factual, then the first point of contact would be to notify our chair, the chair of the commission, bring to his attention that this and this has happened. Then the other would be then to contact the relevant bodies that are able to investigate the same. If it is a matter that touches on the EACC, then I think the EACC would come in and do their role. If it is a matter that possibly touches on criminality, I think the DCI then would need to be notified and would need to also come in and undertake their own investigation so that we're able to be sure. So that once that is established, then I think the other modalities of the law would come into place as to whether he would have to resign, or I think then it would follow that certain trajectory.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have 2 more questions, please?
Sure. EK, is
Yes.
that a full name or is it initials? That's not a question. I'm just curious.
Okay. Through the chair, I think when I was born, I think my parents gave me quite a number of names. So EK stands for Evans Kiplangat. Unfortunately, they couldn't all fit in the ID. Yes, but I think I saw an affidavit that I think has been by a lawyer, just to clarify on. I think it is within my documents.
Very well, very well. Thank you very much. We go to high school. You're still, I don't know whether you have gone to X or millennial, but usually we go first to where you have had some work experience, and I saw you took quite some time during your introduction to tell us of your time in NHIF, and therefore I presume that you are very familiar with the policy of universal health coverage. Universal health coverage, and you have also worked in counties. Universal health coverage was piloted in 4 counties. Name just 2.
Through the chair, it was piloted in the 4 counties, as has been stated. 2 of the counties I can mention are Nyeri and Kisumu.
Well, my last question, again, I saw in matters finance, you are not very far from it. Name 3 publicly quoted banking institutions listed in the financial sector at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, NSE. Any 3 publicly listed financial banking institutions. Even your bank might be there, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Chair. I think the banks listed on the NSE, one is KCB. We also have Equity Bank. We also have Cooperative Bank.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you for your time. Dr. Peter EK, Kenyans following, they have certainly learned, and we are grateful for your time. I don't know whether you have any comment, question, or whatever you like to say in a minute, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think mine would just be a comment, and that is to thank the members and the chair of the select panel for giving me this opportunity. I think I don't take it for granted. I think we were several applicants, but you deemed it fit to have me among them. And I just want to thank the panel for that. And also, if the grace can be extended to the next phase, Chair, that would be most welcome. Thank you.
You said you have capacity to anticipate what will happen in responding to Professor. Yes. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
You have your certificates with the gentleman at the door. We'll give them to you. Please pick the notebook. It's yours and the pen. And if you like, the water also. Blessings to you as you travel back to Nakuru, even though Nairobi is home.
Thank you, Chairman.
Karibu. Yep. Yes, do you want to take a third one or do you want to take a break? Break. Okay. Okay. Media, we will be back at 11:10. Please, see you then. Thank you. pen and a notebook there. And sometimes you might need some water. It's available. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. And on behalf of this team and on behalf of Kenyans who are seeking to recruit, we want to thank you for showing interest in the advertised position of member of the IEBC. And we would like to congratulate you for being shortlisted. And thank you for coming this morning in good time. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves to you so that we can proceed. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Professor Wanyande.
Morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I am the Vice Chair of this panel. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Asante sana.
Good morning, Prof.
Morning.
Andrew Tanu is my name. Na karibu.
Asante.
Prof, good morning.
Morning.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel and chair. Let me say that I know Professor well, as is our tradition. In the university system, he was my colleague for a very long time. Again, in the university system, he was my supervisor as the chair of the department. I also, again, as part of the university system, was also his supervisor as the chair of the department during my tenure. He was also my boss as the dean of the Faculty of Arts. I've never risen to a dean, so I didn't get a chance to be supervisor the other way. But as we have said with other candidates, that shall not affect my objectivity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Prof.
Morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good morning, Professor Nyande.
Morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Professor Wanyande.
Morning.
And it is really nice to see you again. I was wondering where you had gone to. But karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I am a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Professor Peter Wanyande.
Morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you to this interactive session.
Thank you.
Now, Prof, we come to you, and if you may, just use about 5 or so minutes to help us know who you are, highlight your profile, allow us to know the linkages of your experience and the work that you are applying for. Let us know if you have any honor or award, and if you are a member of any professional group or society. Please do proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And members of the panel. My name is Peter Wanyande. I'm a Kenyan. I started my school in 1960. It's a local primary school. Then transferred to a school in Kisumu town. And then eventually I went to a school in Kisii district then, a school called St. Mary's Nyabururu Boys School, where I did my KPE, Kenya Preliminary Examination, and passed. That was in 1966, I believe. Then went to the present Cardinal Otunga High School. At that time, it was called Bishop Otunga High School in Kisii, where I did my O-levels, that is the East African Certificate of Education. That time it was in Form 4. I passed. I wanted to go to Alliance High School, and I actually met the requirements. But the principal of the school, known as Brother Innocent de Kock, said, no, you will not. So according to him, there were some students he wanted to retain in Cardinal Otunga High School to do Form 5 and 6. I was very disappointed because I could not go to Alliance because of that. So I remained at Cardinal Otunga High School and did my Form 6 exams. They were called Kenya Advanced Certificate of Education exams, and passed. And was invited to the University of Nairobi, the Faculty of Arts. I think it was 1973, if I'm not wrong. And in the Faculty of Arts, I registered for, as required, for 3 courses: history, sociology, and political science. When I got to second year, I dropped history, because we were allowed to do that, and proceeded to do political science and sociology. And I graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree. I believe it was in 1973. And then I got a job with the Ministry of Education, more specifically with the examination section of the Ministry of Education. And the examination section dealt with all the examinations, public examinations that were done in this country. And I was appointed to be in charge of what at that time was called the Kenya Junior Secondary Examinations. It was a Form 2 exam. So I was in charge of that. And I believe it was 1985, I left because I got a scholarship to do a master's degree at the University of Nairobi, a master's degree in political science. So I joined in 85. I completed in time my master's degree program and went back to work, this time not with the Ministry of Education, but with the Kenya National Examinations Council. In the research department, and then later I was moved to the test development section or unit of the Kenya National Exams Council to be responsible for the development of all tests, all exams, the moderation of those exams, and the administration of those exams to students or candidates. I was in charge of that unit for about 2-3 years. Then I was moved to be part of the research team in the Examinations Council. And then an opportunity arose in 1987. The Department of Political Science at the University of Nairobi advertised for positions of tutorial fellows. I was already a very senior person in the National Examinations Council. And I felt that I needed to further my education and was willing and ready to take the position of tutorial fellow, which is the most junior position in academia, at least at the University of Nairobi. And all my friends, including my late father, were wondering why I left this position, the Exams Council, to go and become a junior person in the University of Nairobi. But I stood my ground. I said, I know what I'm doing. 2 years later, I was promoted to a position of lecturer in that department. promotion in the university, at least those days, was determined by your productivity. So 2 years later, I was promoted to position of lecturer, and I worked as a lecturer. Then I got an opportunity to do a PhD at the University of Florida in the US. I got a scholarship from the Smithsonian Institution in the US. And so I left the university in 1990, joined the University of Florida, and in 1993, in December, I graduated with a PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, and immediately returned to the country and to the University of Nairobi, to the Department of Political Science, where I have been teaching political science. And in between, Chairman, I also had an opportunity to do a postgraduate diploma in journalism, or what we normally call mass communication. It was just out of interest, because I was always wondering, how are these people trained? These people who gather and disseminate news and information. So I did a postgraduate diploma in mass communication at the University of Nairobi. But I also had a chance to be trained in examinations administration. I have a certificate in that. And when the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was promulgated, a commission was established known as the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution, CIC. Positions in that commission were publicly advertised. I applied, seeking to be appointed a commissioner with that commission. We went for interview, and eventually I was appointed a commissioner with CIC. My main reason for that was that I had been involved in the processes of leading to the promulgation of this constitution, and I was really keen on ensuring that, or contributing to its actual implementation. I saw it as an opportunity to take responsibility for the implementation of this constitution, given the centrality of the constitution in the governance of a country, and indeed in the development of this country. So I served as a member of the CIC, that is the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. It was a 5-year commission, after which it was, ceased to exist. And I think that was an important experience for me that I think would be extremely relevant to the IEBC, the role and functions of IEBC. And when the commission's work ended, I went back to the university and continued teaching. As Professor Olo said earlier on, while at the university I served as first of all, the chairman of the Department of Political Science for 2 consecutive terms. Then I served as a dean of the Faculty of Arts. It's an elective position, again for 2 consecutive terms. And I also served in several committees of the University of Nairobi, including the latest one was the committee that was responsible for developing procedures for the promotion of members of the academic staff. I chaired that committee and several other committees, which I indicated in my CV. So, Chair, since I've only 5 minutes, and I always find it very difficult to talk about myself, I will stop at that and say that I think I have the necessary expertise, the necessary experience, and the drive to contribute to the role and functions of the IEBC, which I also consider as a very central institution, because it is the institution through which we renew, as it were, governments. So I would like to, if I given a chance, to carry out that responsibility. And I see it as a responsibility,
Thank you.
not as a job.
Thank you. Invite Madam Linda to ask.
Thank you, Chairman. Professor, reflecting on your career journey, so far, what key competencies would you draw on to assist you in the execution of your mandate as a commissioner, if you are lucky enough to be taken as one?
Thank you. I think that IEBC as a commission needs team players, people who can work as a team, as opposed to people who work as individuals, because this is an organization with different competencies, different attitudes, and so on. So you need people who are team players. IEBC chairman needs people with very strong ethical values. IEBC needs people with integrity. And I want to assure this panel that I am a person of integrity. Some of this has been tested in my working career, especially when I worked at the Kenya National Examinations Council and in the Ministry of Education Examination Section. But beyond that, even at the university, my colleagues at the university, including students, will attest to the fact that I'm a person of integrity. Having taught at the university for so very many years, I think I've contributed greatly to the human resource in this country. And indeed, everywhere I go, people tell me, you are my teacher, and so on. Some teachers don't get that kind of reception from some of their students. I don't know why, but I believe that I was fair to my students, and I treated them with respect. Thank you.
Professor, have you worked in a high-stakes and high-pressure environment? And if so, would you share your experiences and how your leadership skills were tested and you overcame in such an environment?
Thank you. First, working at the Ministry of Education Examination Section that time, there was a lot of pressure. I was in charge of the Kenya Junior Secondary exams, right from the registration of candidates to the time we declared results. I can assure tell this panel that on many occasions, some principals of schools who wanted their students registered, and yet they did not meet the requirements, attempted to put pressure on me to have their students registered. I said no. I remember one occasion with a lot of sadness, actually, where a principal of a school came to my office because the registration of his candidates had been rejected at the district level. At that time, there were district education officers and so on. So he came to my office to try and influence me to have his students registered. and yet they had not met the requirements. I felt insulted because what he did was to ask me to go out with him for lunch to discuss the registration of his students. I said, this is an official matter. We discuss it here in the office. But before that, I want to know whether you had gone through the district education office and what they told you. And he wasn't quite coming out clearly. So I said, I will find out from the district education office first whether you had been there, because that is where you should start from. And I told him, no, we will not go for lunch. This is an official matter, and it ended there. He then went to the head of the examinations unit of the ministry, my boss, and the boss sent him back to me. He didn't come. Yes.
Thank you, Professor. I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask Caroline to ask you some questions. Ms. Kituku, please.
Prof, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Morning. Still morning. Yes, sorry. The 2022 presidential petition. The Supreme Court identified 3 areas that IEBC needed to undertake reforms upon. What are these 3 areas, and how should the Commission apply them in the future presidential elections?
Thank you. Yes, there's a petition following the 2022 elections, and the matter was, of course, taken to the court, the High Court, and the court did observe that there was need for the IEBC to ensure that there was clarity in the manner in which the elections and election results were processed or administered. I think the IEBC also talked about the need, the court also talked about the need to ensure transparency in the electoral process. And I can't remember the third one, but I remember those 2.
In regard to the transparency of the tallying of result and transmission, how did the Supreme Court clarify the role of the chair and that of the commissioners?
Yeah, I think the court had an issue with the fact that the chair almost unilaterally declared the results despite the objection of some commissioners. And I think that is an issue that needed to be addressed, in the sense that IEB is an organization and does not belong to an individual, or is not governed by an individual, and therefore there is need for consensus among the commissioners before results are declared.
Thank you. So should there in future arise a situation where the members of the commission or commissioners and the chair are not in agreement, what ought to happen in the declaration of the final presidential results?
Chair, at the beginning I said that the Commission requires people that embrace the idea of teamwork. And all the processes that the IEBC is involved in actually requires teamwork. And I think there is need for, even in the future, for the IEBC commissioners, including the chair, to work together and build a consensus. Indeed, if the law is followed, if the rules are followed, there is no reason why there should be disagreement, even about the results. So that I think is key, that there's consensus, there is a discussion, dialogue, but more importantly, that all those discussions and dialogue must be based on the law governing the electoral process.
Thank you, Prof. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Professor, based on since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, I would like to request you to tell this panel and the people watching you 2 key lessons that you would rely on to improve the conduct of elections by IEBC. 2 lessons that we have learned since the 2013 elections, 2017 and 2017 repeat election, and 2022 elections, from your own as a eminent professor of political science, what you have designed for 2 lessons we can learn that would actually help IEBC improve the conduct of election from their institutional perspective. And then together you can also tell us 2 key lessons from those elections that we have learned that political parties and candidates can use to improve both their internal democratic processes. They can also use to actually prepare themselves to effectively participate in the elections, and most importantly, to accept loss in elections with humility and dignity.
Thank you. Chair, I think IEBC, first and foremost, must re-examine, as part of the lesson we are learning, re-examine its governance structure and system. Because I think one of the challenges that faces the IEBC, and therefore which affects elections, is the governance of the institution. As I keep saying, governance has several dimensions, all of which must be taken into place when you want to ensure that it is properly done. There is the rule dimension to governance. There is the administrative dimension to governance. And then there is what we call the cultural dimension to governance. If an organization is not aware of these and does not therefore put them in practice, you are likely to have a challenge of governance. So we need to improve the governance system, the governance structure of IEBC. That is number 1. Number 2 is the fact that part of the problem that I think IEBC faces, and has faced in all these elections, has been this thing we call political interference, or interests, political interests. And I think it is really upon IEBC as a commission, working together as a team, to ensure that they engage the political players with a view to making them understand and accept the idea that in an election there will be losers and winners, but more importantly, that so long as the rules governing the electoral process are followed, there ought to be no problem. So improve governance, engage the political players so that they understand and appreciate what you as an organization, that is the IEBC, is doing. I think they'll appreciate that. The same thing applies to political parties. Candidates, apart from the independent candidates, go through political parties. They're sponsored by political parties. Political parties are also governed by some rules and regulations, including codes of conduct. I think political parties must also be engaged so that they also appreciate the need to respect these laws, rules, regulations, and so on that govern political parties, including the nomination and selection of candidates for election.
Thank you. Any other lesson on on the side of political parties and candidates that they can prepare themselves to accept loss if you lose in an election? Because that's one of the biggest challenges we have in Kenya. No one wants to accept loss in elections. What can you advise from your experience to prepare people that when you go to an election, you either lose or win, and it is okay to lose with dignity and humility?
I think my response to that, Chair, would be that we must engage candidates, we must engage political parties in some kind of civic education so that they understand what is expected of them, give them an opportunity to express their views, express their misgivings about the elections as it has happened so many times in the past, and then you come to a consensus. Really, to me, I don't think there is much beyond dialogue, discussions, education, and so on.
Thank you very much, Professor, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Prof, I want to pick up from your introduction where you told us you participated in the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. That is, you participated in that process of developing our 2010 Constitution. I assume you are part of the team that...
Shall I?
Now, fine. Secondly, you, and that one I can confirm that you are part of the CIC commissioners. And one of the mandates of the CIC was to monitor, facilitate, and oversee the development of legislation and the administrative procedures. Now, why I'm bringing up this issue is that Chapter 15 commissions in this country, we've had some governance challenges. Looking at IEBC, which is our subject matter, you look at EACC. At some point, the former chair, Mutemo, and the secretary, they had issues. At National Gender and Equality Commission, at some point, there were some governance challenges. With hindsight, having been part of the CIC, and you overseeing the development of legislation and administrative procedures of most of these constitutional commissions, could we have done, is there anything we would have done better to address these governance challenges? That's my first part of my question.
Governance challenges in these other Chapter 15 commissions or at the CIC? May I?
Not CIC.
Okay.
I'm looking at IBC. You've actually addressed it by saying there are governance issues where you are talking of people have not understood role dimension, administrative dimension, cultural dimension. But I can confirming that there are challenges at IBC, governance challenges. That's on record. There were challenges at National Gender and Equality Commission. It's on record. Even at the Senate, it's confirmed. There were challenges at EACC in terms of governance, the relationship between commissioners and the secretariat. So being part of the team that were coming up with the development of legislation and administrative procedures, because most of this legislation implementing or operationalizing these constitutional commissions were done during that period. You're actually overseeing that as a commission, CIC. Is there anything we would have done better in terms of these administrative procedures, legislation in these Chapter 15 commissions to improve and address these governance challenges that we're experiencing? I don't know that I'm clear.
Thank you, Chair. CIC did not develop the administrative and legal procedures governing these Chapter 15 commissions. No. We were responsible basically for developing legislation to implement the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And we did that. But if there are challenges with these other commissions that relate to governance, both in terms of administrative procedures and so on, Mr. Chairman, my comment on that would be that, and this is also relevant to this particular process we're going through here, that the selection panel needs to be extremely careful in terms of the kind of people they recommend for appointment to these positions. Because you need people who appreciate the role of those commissions in terms of the impact it has on the Kenyan society and Kenyan people and in the management of this country. I'm suggesting, Mr. Chairman, that perhaps there was a lapse in terms of the selection process of people who went to those, who were appointed to those positions. And I take this very seriously, Mr. Chairman. I'm almost emotional about it. That this panel has a very heavy responsibility to ensure that IEBC going forward is properly governed, is properly managed, and that it does its work. Not just take into account fairness, transparency, and so on, but also efficiently. Because I looked at the IEBC Act, and you don't see the word efficiency there. They want to be fair, free, and transparent. But I think they must also be efficient. And efficiency requires, in my view, an appreciation of the administrative dimensions of governance. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Professor Wanyande,
Yes.
I'm impressed the way you have kept your Bachelor's of Arts degree since 1976, and it looks very clean.
Thank you.
Now, let me take a point to take you back to our Constitution, Article 88, 4H, which talks about IPC being able to, the facilitation of the observation, monitoring, and evaluation of elections. Now, the point comes, when you are, IPC is supposed to facilitate, does that mean them doing the actual carrying out of the post-election? Because we have had an opportunity and seen the post-election reports which have been done by IPC. So let's discuss that. Are they supposed to do it themselves, given that they are the ones who have carried out the elections from where you stand, given the provisions in law?
Thank you, Chair. A facilitator is not a doer. A facilitator provides the necessary guidance, the necessary facilities, generally the necessary environment through which that particular function can then be carried out. So I think it would be wrong for IEBC to interpret its facilitative role as that of actually doing whatever is being discussed. So it's not doing.
Now let me take you back to some of the, in their report, they have mentioned some of the challenges, and part of the challenges they are raising is the ban on donor funds by the government. I am privy to the fact that there was a ban for the donors to facilitate civic education and others. From where you stand, how do you think that was able to affect the elections, the 2022 general elections, and what will you do different if you are given an opportunity as a commissioner in relation to the donor funds?
Thank you, Chair. Donor funding has been part of our management of this country for a long time. In fact, even government itself gets funding from donors. With regard to IEBC, I think it is important that the funds being provided by donors be geared towards a very specific function of the IEBC. For example, civic education, voter education, and that it be monitored very carefully to ensure that it is used only for that purpose and that is accounted for. I think if that happens, it is fine. Perhaps the withdrawal or the ban of funding by donors probably affected those two aspects of IEBC work, civic education, voter education, and so on, because I believe that those are the areas in which this donor funding were directed to.
I'm asking, Professor, what will you do if you are a commissioner and the government bans donor funds, and of course there is a need for civic education and other things? What will you do?
Maybe two things, Chair. One is negotiate with government to lift the ban. And this is not something impossible. So negotiate with the government, the relevant government ministries and so on, to see if they can reinstate funding by donors, but specifically for particular functions of the IEBC. In the absence of that, I think we'll just do with what we have.
Last follow-up question is the other challenge they are giving in an operationalization of the IEBC fund. What do you understand about the IEBC fund and the recommendations therein?
Sorry, I didn't get the non-operational.
The IEBC fund.
Yes.
They are saying it was not operationalized, so they are citing that as a challenge. So from where you sit, what will you recommend in regards to the IEBC fund?
Chair, IEBC, like any other commission or indeed like any other public entity, requires financial resources to be able to carry out its responsibilities. It cannot work without funds. And so I think, again, one would want to know why the fund was not operationalized. And the basis of that knowledge, then take the necessary step or action. Because without understanding why it was not operationalized, I find it very difficult to say we'll do A, B, C, D. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
I welcome Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Professor Wanyande.
Yes.
I am conscious of the fact that you are a commissioner at the CIC, and you are conscious too of the role of the IEBC in delivering our democracy. So basing on that experience, how would you go about strengthening the interagency collaboration between IEBC and state organs like the judiciary, police and parliament, while ensuring that the IEBC maintains its independence.
Thank you. When we were at CIC, among the things that we did was to organize fairly regular meetings with other commissions of Chapter 15, the Chapter 15 commissions. Starting from there, Chairman, because I think the IEBC needs to engage the judiciary, the police, and indeed all other stakeholders in an effort to make these bodies appreciate the role of the IEBC, the challenges it is facing, and the need to actually address those challenges from the perspective of the roles of other bodies like the judiciary, the police, and so on. Basically, I'm saying that engagement is key. Engagement is key because it leads to understanding. And on the basis of understanding of a challenge, you can then propose solutions. It would be presumptuous of me, Chairman, to say we will do A, B, C, D, E, F as a solution. We must, first of all, engage, understand the problem, and then on the basis of that, provide or suggest solutions, including policy solutions. Because policies must be addressing a particular challenge, a particular problem. And you can only do that once you understand that problem. So these other bodies, like the judiciary, the police, and so on, will appreciate the challenges faced by IEBC through this engagement, through this dialogue.
I agree with you, Prof, that there's need of doing that. In the process of strengthening that interagency collaboration, it requires appreciation on both sides. What are the roles? Where are the collaborating areas? Where are the linkages and all that? But generally, what insights would you give hands-on that you find the disconnect? Where do you find the disconnect currently between these interagencies? Because what we lack seeing at times is engagement without necessarily interference, and also, understanding the relevance of the IEBC's role and supporting its mandate as well. So what are the first things that you think as commissioners, if you get the opportunity to serve in this commission, that you'll pay attention to, apart from those discussions which are given that they must happen?
Thank you, Chair. I've been looking at what IEBC does over the years. I think part of the problem that IEBC has, which then must be sorted out to deal with the question you're asking, IEBC tends to operate in isolation. IEBC seems to think that independence means you cannot talk to anybody else, that you do your thing at the exclusion of everybody else. I think, to me, that is a major problem with the IEBC. So what I'm suggesting is that if I were to be appointed, I would have a discussion with my colleagues in the commission with a view to making them appreciate the need for us to be open, to be accessible, to work with others. This team playing thing is not just within an organization, it's also between and among organizations. And I think if IEBC can move away from that position where they think that independent means you don't talk to anybody else, that would be a problem. So that's one of the things that I would do if I were to join the IEBC as a member of that commission. They must not work in isolation.
Finally, Prof, where do you place stakeholder engagement, the uniqueness of stakeholder engagement in IEBC? You see, most of the candidates you ask about stakeholder engagement would ordinarily think it's the ordinary stakeholder engagement like branding, in companies where you want to create a relationship with clients, but the uniqueness of stakeholder engagement in IEBC is very outstanding. As a professor of political science, how would you describe that to help Kenyans understand the uniqueness of stakeholder engagement in a body like IEBC?
First of all, the fact that we refer to these actors as stakeholders is so critical. Simply put, they have a stake in what the IEBC does. And because they have a stake, they must be brought on board, first of all, to understand what the IEBC stands for, what it does, and how it does whatever it is that is its mandate. I think to me that is critical. Yes.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Prof, you have, from your CV, you served as the commissioner for the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. And you have been involved in monitoring legal reforms post-2010 Constitution. What electoral laws or policies do you think require urgent review? And how will you influence this strategy from within the Commission at IEBC?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think there are very many laws governing elections in this country. And therefore, that the IEBC has to, as it were, respect and implement. So perhaps there may be need to relook at these laws with a view to, one, reducing them. I think there are too many. Secondly, I think that this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time. After elections, or during elections, or even before elections, you usually find a lot of conflicts. People have violated some aspect of the electoral process and so on. And the IEBC has to go to another body to investigate these things and to prosecute these cases. I've just been wondering whether it would not help, these are my initial thoughts, to give IEBC some investigative powers so that they can investigate and prosecute some of these cases. It will be faster, I think it will be more efficient, and I think it will give IEBC, how do I put this, not the clout, but I think citizens would respect the outcomes of such investigations, rather than having a case where an electoral conflict occurs or violation of an electoral law, and then it is taken to another body. I understand they are stakeholders, but I think my initial thinking is that perhaps we need to give IEBC some investigative and prosecutorial powers and put that in law. Yes.
That's a very radical proposal.
I don't consider it radical, Chair, but I consider it something that needs to be considered.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Pro.
Thank you.
All the best.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Adam Solo.
Thank you, Chair. Prof, serving in IEBC is a public service. Article 232 of the Constitution outlines values like efficiency, equity, and transparency in public service. how would this principle, if you were to be a commissioner, shape your leadership approach in managing a disputed election outcome?
Yeah, towards the
I'll
end.
repeat. Article 232 of the
Yes.
Constitution outlines values like efficiency, equity, and transparency in public service. If you were to be a commissioner, IEBC commissioner, how would these principles shape your leadership approach in managing a disputed election outcome?
Thank you. Chair, when you're in the public, when you're serving the public, you must always bear in mind and remind yourself that you are in that position to serve and to do so in a manner that satisfies all the stakeholders involved. When there's a conflict, there'll be at least two parties to that conflict. And the two parties must, as you try to resolve the conflict, must understand, you must put all the issues on the table. You must be open about them and remind them of the law, remind them of the requirements. In other words, I'm saying that when you are dealing with issues of like that, you must always rely on the law, on the regulations, and where possible, where possible, the policies governing that particular service or role that you're playing. I think to me that is the answer to that.
Thank you. My last question in this segment. IEBC suffers from lack, or you can say minimal public trust. In your view, what are the constitutional obligations of an IEBC commissioner when it comes to preserving integrity and public trust, especially under Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Yes. Chapter 6 of the Constitution, Chair, deals with the values of public service. And I think it is extremely important that when you are a member of a public commission like the IEBC, that you constantly remind yourself of these values. But more than reminding yourself of these values, you practice them as you carry out your role and functions as IEBC. So that to me would be the key thing to ensuring that you re-engineer or you rebuild trust in the IEBC. IEBC must also, and I think I mentioned this earlier on, Mr. Chairman, must also be accessible. It must not work in isolation. People need to understand what IEBC is. I think part of the problem is that people don't understand IEBC because it tends to surround itself with a lot of secrecy, which I think is not necessary. So long as you follow those rules and you apply them as enshrined in Article 6, I think you will then be helping IEBC to rebuild people's trust in the institution.
Thank you, Chair.
Professor, I want to ask you to ask Professor some two last questions, please.
Yes, Professor. You served in the Examinations Council before you joined the university. So you are very much aware. You are ahead of us, but during my time, there was usually the general paper. And in this session, usually the chair and the selection panel usually talk of what you call high school questions.
And we usually start with where we feel you have an expertise or an experience in. And one of the places you have worked in is the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. The reason why the drafters put that, normally a constitution is written and it operates. But in Kenya, it was thought wise, based on the history of the country, that there be a commission for the implementation of the Constitution. The late Professor Kotho Gendo, Guru as they referred to him, wrote a seminal article, Constitutions Without Constitutionalism, taking the concept, constitution and constitutionalism. What was his message in that article? Based on your experience in the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution.
Thank you, Chair. A constitution is basically a set of rules governing the operations of an entity, in this case, the country. Constitutionalism is the application and adherence to those rules, the practice of those rules. If you don't, you can have a constitution, but if you don't respect the rule, the constitution, if you don't practice it, if you don't implement them, then you have a problem. So basically saying that there is need to actually ensure that you implement the rules, you implement the constitution. And CIC was, in a sense, basically asked to ensure or at least facilitate the respect of the rules of the constitution.
The last question. I'm sure in your research and during your tour of duty, both at the university and at the CIC and even at the Examinations Council, you must have traveled across African countries. You must have been exchanging monies wherever you are. Name the respective currencies of any three of the following countries: Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Zambia, and Botswana. Any three, and you tell the panel the currency. Name.
Name the country.
I go through the countries again?
No. You said I tell the panel there.
The question is, we want you to name, that's why I was giving you the list of questions.
Yes.
For example, if we had Kenya, you'd say Kenya shilling.
Okay.
So the countries are the follows, and you only pick three.
I got them.
You got the countries?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Chairman, Ethiopia, their currency is called birr. Nigeria, their country is called naira. Ghana, I think they call it cedi. You asked for three.
I asked for three, but you could add a fourth.
No, I've given you three.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I asked for three, and you have given three.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. We appreciate the time we have had. And certainly the Kenyans who are following have also appreciated your knowledge and the responses you have given. We want to wish you well. And just before we release you, is to ask if you have any question or comment to make.
No question, Chairman. Just to thank you and the panel for giving me this opportunity. I knew, I was aware that the number of people that applied for this position were many. I think there were over 1,000, almost close to 2,000. So getting an opportunity to be one of the few shortlisted is not something that we take for granted. So I thank you for that. And secondly, and I'm very passionate about this, Chairman, you have, as a panel, a very heavy responsibility. you can, through this process, ensure that this country gets commissioners for IEBC that will improve both the image and the performance of IEBC, given its centrality in the management of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate. There's a gentleman at the door who has your certificates. He will give them to you. The pen and the notebook are yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
It looks nice.
It looks nice, yes, it does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless you, and welcome to lunch.
Thank you.
Asante. Asante. Thank you. Okay, are we ready for the next candidate? Okay. Okay, let's get the next candidate, please. Welcome, Mr. Philip Kakai.
Thank you, Chair.
Karibu sana. My name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of this selection panel, and we would like to thank you for taking interest in the advert that we gave out, asking for applicants for the position of member of the Commission of IEBC. And we also like to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. And so we will introduce ourselves, then after that we will come to you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Kakai.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the Vice Chair, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Mwasibu Kakai, jambo.
Jambo sana.
Naitwa ama jina langu ni Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi. Na mwenyekiti, nataka niseme kwamba huyo ndio mwenyekiti wangu wa ISPAC. So iwe kwa daftari. Asante.
Okay. Asante, we take note. Kara, please.
Mr. Kakai, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning, Philip.
Morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kakai.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kakai, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of this panel.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Now, Philip, we come to you, and we ask that you introduce yourself. Tell us what those things that you think in your profile are significant for the role that you have applied for, but also that enable us and Kenyans to get to know you. Tell us if you are a member of any professional group and if you have received any award. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is CPA Philip Kakai, a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, number 3767. and I'm a member in good standing. Chairman and your panel, I need also to declare here clearly that I'm the chairman of ISPAC. In relation to my introduction, I'll start with education, and then go to work, and lastly go to leadership. Academically, Chairman, I'm currently pursuing a PhD in finance at Kenyatta University, and I'm in the thesis stage, thesis writing stage, so I've completed the coursework. I also hold a master's degree in finance, an executive master's degree in accounting and finance, and I have a bachelor of commerce in accounting. And more importantly, I'm a certified public accountant by training and by work. Other than that, I've taken other trainings just to boost my leadership. I have taken training in leadership at the Kenya School of Government. I have the strategic leadership development, a 6-week training. I've taken a certificate in corporate governance from the Corporate Governance Center. I've also taken a certificate training in mediation, and I have a certificate in public finance, public sector finance training, which I did in Tanzania. Other than that, Chairman, I've done many other trainings on leadership, sponsored by my employer, and also sponsored by the Institute. Work, I started working in 1997 at Parklands Sports Club, where actually I happen to be a member also as we speak now. I was employed in 1997 as an assistant accountant, but purely I started as a cashier in Parklands, served there for 2 years, and got an opportunity after that. I moved and joined an international corporation, Asea Brown Boveri, ABB, where I joined as an accountant in 1999, served up to 2005 in the same position, but with a lot of international engagements here in Uganda, Tanzania, with our head office in South Africa. Thereafter, I was promoted to be the finance manager of Asea Brown Boveri in Kenya, and served Asea Brown Boveri as their finance manager from 2005 all the way to 2012. So literally serving that institution for almost 13 years. And in that position, I traveled a lot because it involved us getting to the headquarters in Sweden, in the South African Sub-Saharan Africa region. So there was a lot of travel and learning. Then I moved in 2013 under what we had seen under Justice Mutunga, the Mutunga reforms. There were adverts for professionals to join the judiciary, and I joined the judiciary in 2013, and my position then was Regional Assistant Director Finance. In that position, Chairman, I was posted to Nyeri County to be in charge of Nyeri County court stations and court stations in Kirinyaga County. So I worked there for that period of 2013, 2014, 2015. In 2016, Justice Mutunga appointed me as the acting director of finance. So I had to travel back, and I came to the judiciary headquarters. I served as an acting director of finance, involving a lot of budget preparation, financial reporting, among other things. But again, I returned back to Nyeri in 2017 after acting for that period. And I served in Nyeri again 2017 and came back in 2018 again. I was appointed as a deputy director accounts, but in acting capacity. This was when we had the vetting of people, accountants and procurement officers. So I took over from whoever was there. Served in that position from that period up to December. And now I was retained in the headquarters, and my title now was changed to from regional to assistant director of finance, a position I serve up to now. In that position, I'm in charge of revenue and deposits for the judiciary. And lately, I handle assets of the judiciary. And one of the key milestones that I can mention for the time I've been in the judiciary, one is we automated our systems, and particularly we had a system which was internally adopted called Judiciary Financial Management System, JFMIS, which we have used up to the other day when we moved to an ERP system. I played a key role in that as an enabler. Number two, other than doing my roles as an assistant director in charge of revenue and deposits, I can indicate here, Chairman, that for the last 4 years, judiciary has gotten a clean audit report on revenue financial statements. Under my leadership, of course, that goes to the accounting officer, but of course I do take credit because I'm in charge of that particular section. Further, I've been involved in policy formulation. And when we joined the judiciary in 2013, there were no policies in place. So I participated in the development of the finance policy of the judiciary. Still on policy, we have developed in the judiciary what we call a disaster management policy, which I was a member. Finally, on policy, I'm currently the chairman of the asset and liabilities policy at the judiciary, which is in its final stages. We're just about to present it for approval by the Judicial Service Commission. So in the judiciary, we've done quite a lot.
I'd like to stop you there so that we can move on in the interest of time. Let's take 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds. Under leadership, I'm a board member at CASNEP. The CASNEP is a secretary. CASNEP is a Kenya Accountants and Secretaries Examination Board. I'm a board of trustees at Kenya KCA University. I'm also a board member at the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA. I'm also a council member of the International Federation of Accountants, which is the umbrella body that is, takes care of the global aspects of accounting. I would stop there, but I also sit on the National Treasury Committee on transitioning to accrual basis. I was also appointed chair, although it didn't take up, on Presidential Task Force on debt management review, but it's a matter which didn't pick up because of a matter in court. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kaikai, you have a great wealth of experience in your career journey. I just want you to, tell this panel which, apart from the professional experiences and skills, which competencies do you have that will help you in the execution of your mandate as an IEBC commissioner? Outside your educational, line of educational background, which competencies will help you in the execution of your mandate as a commissioner?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and through the Chair. The following are some of the competencies that are aligned to this position I did apply. One is leadership. You will notice that in my CV, there is a lot of leadership in various boards, including being a chair of ISPAC. So under leadership, I bring governance in a way that I've been able to be a vice chair of ISPAC. So I know the intrigues that go on within the boards, and also now as a chair, and I'm also in global and continental boards. So for me, leadership and governance would be key for me. And that would include consensus building, collegiality, which is very important for IEBC. But I'm also a strategic thinker and a critical one for that matter, Chair. And under my leadership, we just launched the strategic plan for ISPAC for 5 years, the long-term strategic plan, which the Institute had never done since 1978. So I bring strategic thinking in this IEBC. 3, financial management, accounting, and compliance reporting. I'm quite strong on that, and I expect that this will help me as a skill to look at the oversight part of the IEBC Commission. And in this, specifically accounting, because we know even if you do what at the polling station, whatever happens, you do voter education, at the end of the day, counting of votes must be done. So I bring my accounting skills there, including audit skills for purposes of oversight. Lastly, I am an enabler of technology, so automation, ICT knowledge. I have, from a perspective of a leader, I have been able to lead providing guidance on ICT, both at the judiciary, where we have now the technology taking up, and at the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Now you don't need to go to our offices. You can be able to pay, get your receipt immediately, you get your practice license immediately, and you can also get your good standing immediately. We also have actually at the Institute, which technology we do not vote manually. We do electronic voting. So from an aspect of ICT, I bring that knowledge to IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kakai. I wish you the best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to ask Carol to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kakai.
Thank you.
Before I ask you a question, the question I had for you, I am seeking clarity on your papers.
What?
On your papers.
Yep.
On your academic papers.
Yes.
Okay, Carol, just a quick check if you, Professor Anyande might have left his certificate on one of our tables. Please, just check if it's there and pass. I don't know which one, but one of his certificates. If you see a document, please pass it over to Christine. Thank you. Continue, Carol.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kakai,
Yes.
when did you obtain your bachelor's degree?
2022.
And your master's degree?
207. The first, let me just clarify that, Chair. What I did, I took the route of professional training first. When I left school, I took the professional training where I did the accounting technician and then did the CPA. Upon that, I was sponsored by my employer to do a management course, which was the Executive Master of Business Administration from MOE. You can check that. And then I did now the bachelor's with the many exemptions. Of course, you'll notice I've provided all the documents there in terms of transcripts. And then after the master's.
I just needed clarity because I noticed that your first degree was obtained after your 2 master's degrees.
Yes.
So I wasn't sure how that did happen.
Okay.
Anyways.
Did you say 2022 or 2016 for your bachelor's?
2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
Master's, there's one for 207.
Yes, we have 2 master's degree. We have one for 207 from MOE, and we have another master's of 2022, master in finance, MBA in finance.
And the bachelor's degree in 2016.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And now the PhD now in Kenyatta University.
Is the certificate here?
No,
it's ongoing.
It's ongoing. I've provided the transcripts for the coursework.
All right.
And a letter from the university.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't clear on that. I just needed clarity.
Okay.
Thank you. So back to my question. Let's speak a little bit about the independence of the IBC.
Yes.
IBC is established as one of the independent commissions in the Constitution, Article 248. What is it that makes IBC to be independent in law?
Thank you very much. Through the chair. There are 2 things, only one thing makes IBC independent, and that is determination of the electoral process. Number 2, delimitation of boundaries. That makes IBC, the decision they make makes it independent. However, IBC does not have financial autonomy. So the independence of IBC from a perspective of finance is not there. And that's why I'll be talking about assisting IEBC in setting up the judiciary, the IEBC fund, which we have actually set and operationalized in the judiciary. So in my own opinion, it is the decisions that IEBC makes at the election that are independent.
Okay.
Of course, those decisions can be overturned by the courts and have been overturned by the courts, but they have the independence.
So apart from the institutional independence or the mandate independence, there are other things in law that actually speak to the independence of the IBC. You have spoken about the funding, which in your view, you say that it is actually not independent because of the nature and the way it is funded, and you compare that to the judiciary fund. I'll come back to that shortly, but before that, is there anything else away from the mandate of the IBC that speaks to the independence of the IBC?
Chapter, maybe if I could take note of that, all Chapter 15 commissions have their independence. But like I mentioned, IBC's independence is particularly on elections and delimitation of boundaries with the various laws that are in there. So that would be my take on that.
Okay. In the nature and the manner in which the IBC operates, what is it that speaks to its independence? Get out of the mandate, the function and the role of the IBC.
One of the important things that IEBC independence is clearly defined is voter registration, voter education, all the way to the management of the election, up to and including declaration of results.
Okay, let's come back to the funding issue.
Yes.
The judiciary fund is a constitutional requirement.
Yes.
That the Constitution has established the judiciary fund in order to make judiciary autonomous and independent away from the executive and other arms of government. Similar constitution, the Constitution has not established a similar fund for IBC. The IBC fund has been mentioned through the NADCO process and has yet not been operationalized. Right? There is no law today that speaks to establishment of the IBC fund. So you said, should you become successful, that is one of the things that you're going to ensure that actually comes into operation and in use. So what are the challenges that you foresee that you're likely to encounter in seeking to establish the judiciary fund, and how do you seek to navigate those challenges?
Okay, in the IEBC Act, I understand through the chair, the judiciary fund is defined in the Constitution. But we have other funds, including the Parliamentary Service Commission, that can set a fund through the PFM Act. Now, in the IEBC Act, there's a mention about the IEBC fund. But now, back to your question, is that we will have challenges. One, in establishing the fund through subsidiary legislation, which is not really the Constitution. But it is important for us to move that direction in order to at least get some little independence for the Commission in terms of funding, in terms of how money flows in, and this will help even in the procurement processes at IEBC that take quite some time to come. I know, and from a finance perspective, I know that even the fund at the judiciary, which I am part of, is that there are challenges in terms of exchequer releases, but at least it's better. So my steps would be, first, to engage Parliament, of course with fellow commissioners, to at least pass a law within the framework of the IEBC Act and whatever legislation, to bring it into law. Work with the National Treasury. Look at the various regulations that may be able to help operationalize this particular fund, and give justification to that effect. Because a fund, the better thing about a fund is that you do not return the money at the end of the financial year. So IEBC can be able to get funding continuously and plan their activities at least well, because there is the issue of you provide a cash flow, the money has to come on the 15th, but of course it doesn't come because we have challenges in the economy. But again, it's better to have it than not to have it, and then now work on how to make it successful. But it will help a lot and reduce costs at the institution. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Koki to take some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Kakai.
Thank you.
Please tell us 3 broad phases of the electoral cycle. And in each of those 3 broad phases, name one activity for each. 3 broad phases of the electoral cycle, and name one activity in each, so then I can ask you the question.
Thank you, through the chair. I would classify them the following. 1 is voter registration. And in voter registration, we have, of course, the registration of voters.
Phases of the electoral cycle. There are 3 broad phases of the electoral cycle.
Yes.
So you just name them, like one phase, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And then from each one of these phases, you name one activity from the phases.
Okay, one of the phases, I would call it voter registration. The second phase is registration of candidates through the nomination processes. And then there is the voting, which includes tallying. So under voter registration...
Those are actually activities that you have named.
Okay.
But let's assume that, let's just work with the activities that you have named. So, based on your experience in audit, finance, and accounting,
yes,
and the competencies that you have very well outlined for us, how will that impact the implementation of voter registration, registration of candidates, and the other one you have mentioned, those 3 activities you have mentioned?
Now, thank you again. Under voter registration, my skills and my competencies will apply specifically under what we call voter register audit, because that is very, very important, and we ought to carry out this exercise in 2 ways. We have to coordinate with the national government. That is...
That's okay.
Okay.
They will, in that segment, it will apply to audit.
Yes.
The next one?
Registration of candidates. One of the key issues here would be nomination of the candidates, and then there will be the signing of the code of conduct by the candidates. And once they are registered in the system, they will have their certificates.
So how do your competencies apply to that?
Yes. Now, this registration and of candidates is very important, and that's why I bring the knowledge of automation. In this phase, we have a lot of many people coming to anniversary towers. And my thinking, if successful with my fellow commissioners, is to automate this process so that whoever is wherever can be able to log in, apply, receive his certificates, and of course there will be a verification of the documents submitted. So my knowledge would be very important here in terms of bringing new ideas on registration of candidates, not manually.
Are you suggesting that members, candidates will actually, from their homes, send the documents for nomination as candidates for the general election through virtually?
Yes.
And that they'll be verified virtually?
Yes. What I'm putting across is that given a timeline, it is important we automate this process. Given a given timeline, they should be able to log into the system, upload their documents, and then a parallel system where possible, the parties or independent candidates can be able to send their documents, and then the IEBC Secretariat and Commission can confirm and move, instead of us all assembling at anniversary towers on particular days. Thank you.
And will that require change of law, regulations?
Yes, at least IEBC, Madam Koki, operates purely on law. Everything is, within the framework of regulations and all that. That will require just an amendment, a little amendment. Now, on voting, that is the other part, in tallying. Now, my competencies and suggestions at voting is we can actually bring in, because we have not done what we call special voting, special voting in such a way that we can automate it, and we start with at least the presidential because we have the military, we have the, people in security, we have the sick, we have everything, and start with it, at least so that we have this special voting that takes place. 2, we have the Form 34A. My suggestion is very simple, and of course the Supreme Court talked about it a little bit, is we have to have columns of valid votes, rejected votes, and at least stray votes, so that when we go to tallying, we are able to identify that these are rejected, and these are stray, and these are valid, and when we compute the 50 plus 1, we do not have this to struggle with which one are rejected and which one was stray. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you mean advance voting by saying
yes.
special voting? Okay.
Yes, advance voting.
Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. What will that do to the constitutional provision?
Chairman, I know what I've suggested would require some little amendments in the election laws. Just small amendments, a column in Form 34A to have stray votes and rejected votes, and now the real valid votes.
I'm talking about advanced voting.
Advanced voting, in my own opinion, is a requirement even in the Constitution. We should be able to allow everybody who is able to vote. And that will reduce voter apathy. It will also increase voter turnout. And I'm making a suggestion that we can first start with the presidential vote, because these people are all over the place and they may not be able to vote for an MCA, a governor, or wherever. We can treat that through the way the prisons vote, at least to start with it. And then we progressively improve.
Okay, thank you very much. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Bwana Kakai, public complaints are often dismissed or poorly handled at IEBC. And this has damaged the credibility. So if you are tasked with reforming this area, what solutions would you prioritize? That is how to handle public complaints and disputes. What solutions would you prioritize to ensure that they are properly handled? Thank you.
Thank you, FCPA. Through the chair, complaints in any organization will always have another complaint that they are not handled. From my thinking, in that of if I'm able to join the fellow commissioners with my experience, I would, 1, set up a public complaints area within the customer care, at least within the secretariat. And there are technologies which can receive those complaints, and they are able to respond them on time. But this requires that the Commission makes very clear decisions on some of these complaints. There are complaints I would classify in 2 ways. Complaints that have to come to the main commission, which are written and they need to be processed. But there are these automatic complaints that come even from the wananchi about 1, 2, 3. I needed to know this, I didn't know this. But that would require a lot of education. But setting up a complaint center within the customer care would really be important, and provide the necessary technology to respond. At the moment, we have even chat, GPT, which can pick up and respond to your complaint based on how you have put it. There is WhatsApp, which you can drop your complaint and it be responded to. There are generic complaints that can actually be also be under what we call question and answer. a booklet can be available to also explain some of these issues because they are standard. But that would be my take.
Thank you. And lastly, IEBC commissioners are actually state officers. And the Kenyan law has provided some guidelines or some provisions on how they should be accountable. So from a policy perspective, how are IEBC commissioners held accountable? There are mechanisms through which the Kenyan law emphasizes financial probity. So share with us how IEBC, as a commissioner, how you'll be held accountable in this regard.
One is I'll be held to start with, not just IEBC, by the code of conduct for my profession. Come down to the Leadership and Integrity Act, 2012. But follow up with the Public Service Commission Values Act, 2015. Not forgetting Articles 10, Articles 232 of the Constitution. We need to have all this embedded into the Code of Conduct of IEBC. But financial management is a big issue from a personal perspective. I would expect that, one, the commissioners should be able to provide oversight, enough oversight, so that we...
What I'm saying, the law requires that as a state officer, in this case as a commissioner, there are certain things you need to do to ensure that there is financial probity.
Yes.
That are required by law, so which is expected of every commissioner.
Yes, one, like I said, we have those various articles in the Constitution, the leadership and integrity, and then the codes of conduct of IEBC, including the charter, which I think is something that is very important, and that the commissioners must be able to sign off to this and be able to lead by example by providing leadership in terms of financial management at the IEBC, and not themselves to enrich themselves with whatever they may get involved in.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite Evans Misati to ask some questions. Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Bwana Kakai,
yes.
I want to take you back to the election campaign financing. You're aware from 2013, it was pushed like a hot potato to 2017. 2017 was pushed to 2022. Now, as it stands, it's like the courts have also told IEBC go and do the regulations. But again, the regulations have to be subjected back to public participation. From where you sit, what are some of the challenges you can see that we are still facing in the campaign financing?
Thank you. And through the chair, it is true, the election financing and campaign financing, we participated at ISPAC to really push it in 2013. But then when you read it and it says suspended until 2027. Come 2027, it is suspended to 2022. We are also sure about 2027. Now, when I look at the regulations, as you've mentioned, within the election, the Campaign Financing Act, there are several things that may also be a little bit difficult to implement. But I must also courageously say here that there is conflict of interest in this thing. It has to go through Parliament, colleagues. And it is the same Parliament that we need to control. So from the starting point, there's massive conflict of interest, and it will not be that easy. So the election regulations will come into effect, but the same parliament has the power to suspend the regulations and suspend the campaign financing. But if you ask me, like an accountant, this is something that is doable because we have clear cost drivers in a campaign, which have gone through twice now. And those cost drivers can be worked out and estimates done, and of course give them a provision because there are certain costs you can't account for. Give them a limit that this total amount of money, then you don't need to give receipts. But generally it is something that is doable, and it's something that we have to keep pushing, Bwana Misati. It has to happen at one time, progressively. Thank you.
So you are suggesting that some costs can be allowed to be given receipts. You're coming back to my I always say pesa ya siasa inanga receipt. So how will you be able to do that? And as a way forward, now if you are a commissioner of IEBC,
yes,
what will you recommend for us to attain that?
All laws or anything starts somewhere. My thinking is simple, and this goes far, that we must be able to start with the election financing, but agree with the players on the cost drivers and the total amount that can be attributed to those cost drivers. And like I said, there are certain costs, this panel, that may not be able to get receipts. I see the election, the campaign financing bill talking about 20,000 without receipts. But again, is that doable? There are certain costs that may not really be, get receipts. So the agreement, in fact, the biggest thing why there is fear for Campaign Finance Act to be to be effected is that pesa ya siasa inanga receipt. So we can start somewhere. Those that are very clear cost drivers, regulate them. And then agree with the political players or whoever is involved in this that, look, up to this level, then we don't need the receipts.
The essence of the campaign financing is to ensure that at least the candidates have almost an equal footing.
Yes.
But let me ask you a question. When you compare candidates, you have one candidate who has been a member of parliament, who has been having a CTF kitty, and other candidates who are just joining the race. From where you sit, is there any disadvantage from these two people, given the way our Kenyans feel?
From where I sit through the chair, Bwana Misati, there is, of course, a challenge with that. The incumbency always has a head start on many fronts, not just money. On many fronts, this is a person who has been visible. This is a person who has been serving the people. Either they like him so much or they don't. So already, even without the financing bit, the incumbency enjoys a lot, apart from a case where the incumbent has not done so well. So to level the playing field, in my own thinking as I get to IBC selected, is to ensure that the campaign financing bill goes through. At least we have a level playing ground in terms of the finances. The other issues of he has used CDF well and all that, incumbents will always have some advantage somehow.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Fatuma to ask you some questions, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kakai.
Thank you.
Could you please describe how the stakeholder roles differ across the three phases of the electoral cycle?
Just 1 minute, come again.
Yeah, I was asking you to describe the roles of how the roles differ across the three phases of the electoral cycle for the stakeholders. For instance, political parties.
Yes, in an election, there are various stakeholders, and their roles actually differ. One of the key stakeholders would be the National Treasury, would be the ministries that are related to this election in terms of interior, ICT, and the rest. Then, of course, you will have, of course, the main stakeholder is the people of Kenya. So we also have donors, and we have observers, and we have, many other groupings that come with this kind of stakeholder management. So one, we have voter education. Under voter education, the key stakeholder would be, of course, if we can be able to get donors to support that, support the venues, support the whole activity. But then the National Treasury has to provide resources. So that is how these two stakeholders would play out, including voter registration. The voter registration and voter education go hand in hand, because at voter registration, the National Treasury has to release money, which is necessary. When we come to registration of candidates, we have the political parties as a real stakeholder in this sense. Then they have a role to play. Of course, they have a kitty to support their candidates if at all the party was able to garner enough numbers. Then the role of these political parties through their liaison would be to ensure that the nomination processes and all that requires the political parties and independent candidates to do it is delivered.
What I'm looking for, are you familiar with the three phases of the electoral cycle?
Yes.
So how does it, how do the roles differ at these three cycles? You can pick maybe political parties, for instance. Look at phase one, what do they do? Phase two, phase three. Then pick civil society, do the same. How do these roles differ? Because their levels of engagement are different in these three phases.
Actually, Madam Satuma, the political parties phase is the phase where you'll realize that you have a lot of activity in terms of nomination processes. And you have also disputes that come with that. And the IEBC has to handle some, the political parties tribunal has to handle some. And in this phase, as a stakeholder, IEBC first has to ensure that the necessary codes of conduct for political parties and candidates is achieved. But again, a lot of voter education is required there. For civil society, it's more of, I would say, I would put it also under donors, voter education, civic education, and they will also get funding directly from donors or directly from IEBC, where the funds have been budgeted for. So that is how I would take it.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Nicodemus to ask some questions, please.
Thank you. Kakai.
Yes.
The IEBC operates in a highly scrutinized environment where public trust is paramount. Drawing from Article 73 of the Constitution, how would you ensure that the Commission's leadership decisions reinforce impartiality and accountability in electoral processes?
Okay. Thank you, through the chair. I would take it in two ways. Public trust first is something that has to be worked on at IEBC and any other organization, but particularly in this case, IEBC. So looking at Article 73, which is leadership and integrity, I would first start with the item of transparency and accountability. We need to have very clear, as a commission, we have to be transparent enough to the entire nation, to the political players, to the independent candidates, to our donors, and to even the civil society. That is very, very important as a commission. We have to come out very clearly, transparent, and show accountability of our actions, our activities, and our finances, and how we are using our finances. The other thing is to ensure there is proper governance at all levels of the IEBC, that we have to ensure impartiality in the decisions we make. We have to ensure that there is discipline. We must also, from a very clear thinking, honesty is important in all that we do. So as IEBC commissioners, we have no option other than to ensure that our activities are impartial, with honesty, there is transparency, and the governance aspect must come out very clearly to increase the public trust in our activities. But having said all this, communication is important. This article will be there, other articles will be there, but IEBC must be able to communicate when necessary and when important, because sometimes when you don't communicate, it becomes very, very hard to know what is really going on. So I would take it that way.
Thank you, Philip, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Professor to ask you some questions. Professor Adams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Philip Kakai.
Yes.
Before I go to my specific questions, when you are answering Carol, I got lost on that MBA before a bachelor's. I had the bit of professional experience, but I didn't hear, is it Moi University that would assess that and admit you, or was it an external national body? That wasn't clear to me.
Okay. Let me come back to that. A CPA, after you finish your CPA, generally you are equivalent to several exemptions. But this Moi University was offering exemptions for a management administrative master's. It's not an academic master's. That is clear. So after I had worked for many years and then had qualified as a member of the institute, have my CPA, and then my employer sponsored me to do that management administrative leadership course.
So when you say an academic,
it's an academic because
what does it mean?
What I mean is this. You'll realize that I've done another master's.
No. The other master's
Than academic in such a way that you cannot use it to say, now I'm moving from this and I'm applying for this. That's why you have a bachelor's there, and that is now academic.
No. Just answer my question. So when we go to Moi University now,
yes,
the reason why they admitted you,
yes,
without a bachelor's, yes, you're saying is because the executive MBA was non-academic.
Yes. It's like doing the strategic leadership.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, strategic leadership is in Kenya School of Government,
yes,
which is not a university.
Yes.
So there's a difference.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you. Now let me go to my question.
Yes.
Kenyan law.
Your mic, please. Yeah.
Sorry. Kenyan law emphasizes financial probity among public officers. From a policy perspective, how are IEBC commissioners held accountable in this regard?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Accountability of the commissioners starts from one, you have to submit your wealth declaration, according to me, and you have to submit it be reviewed, and from it, as a requirement of the law, you are supposed to indicate exactly, and after 2 years, again, you are supposed to submit another wealth declaration form. Number two, IEBC commissioners are required, as per the Code of Conduct, to be able to look at the institution and provide guidance from a policy perspective in terms of financial management, compliance with the law, audit issues, and comply with the law. But from where I sit, the first step is you must be accountable by the declaration of wealth that you may have. And then from there, it will be looked at 1, 2, 3. Then, of course, you have to now move and ensure that the leadership and accountability Article 73 is observed, including Article 10 of the Constitution.
Thank you. My last question is on managing internal conflicts. Suppose the Commission is deeply divided over the procurement of election technology that can risk delays. How would you mediate this conflict to ensure timely and credible elections? It's a hypothetical question. Why you to be a commissioner?
Exactly, Prof. The division in the commission and the delay in procurement. One of the issues in my submissions was consensus building, negotiations skills, mediation skills. I would take time to employ my fellow commissioners based on the time, and if the process has been done, within the law, issues of division should not arise. But I would quickly do a lot of, mediation, and the way we operate at the Institute and other boards I sit, we avoid the issue of voting, because voting is what brings a lot of division. So consensus building must be achieved through mediation, through interaction with fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ask the last two questions, please.
Yeah, Philip, usually in the last segment we ask through the chair high school questions. One of them is usually from your area of expertise, which is clearly in the accounts, finance, and audit. Generally, would that be correct?
Yes, that's my area of specialization.
So if you go to the IEBC, its governance structure is such that you have the chair, commissioners, and the secretariat headed by the CEO. When you go to the Auditor General's office, which is an independent office, what is the governance structure?
Okay, thank you. The governance structure at the Office of the Auditor General, as it is now, of course, there are amendments to the Public Audit Act, which are yet to come into law. But the governance structure is we have the Auditor General at the very top. And then we have the Deputy Auditor Generals with the different functions. You will find one in charge of... Yeah?
How many?
I think there are 5. We have... yes, there are around 5. Support, audit, public sector. There are several, but around 5. From the Deputy Auditor Generals, now we come down to directors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've answered me. And then my last question is, name 2 African countries that were colonized by Portugal. Just 2.
Just 2.
Yeah, just 2.
Through the chair, countries that were colonized by Portugal. Quickly, I can think of Angola, and 2 Madagascar.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kakai. We appreciate the time and the reflections we have had. Do you have any question or comment, kindly?
Thank you very much, Daktari and chair of this panel. Allow me to make my one comment in Kiswahili.
Endelea tafadhali. Asante.
I do well in Kiswahili sometimes. So nashukuru sana, nashukuru chopo hili sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuja kuulizwa maswali, kuja kujua ni kwamba ni maswali ambayo yanaendeleza nchi. Jambo la pili, nawatakia kila laheri. Kazi hii ni ngumu. Mtakapokaa chini, mtakapomaliza tarehe 25, ndio mpate mtu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Si kazi rahisi. Nawatakia kila laheri. Maulana Mwenyezi Mungu awape neema ndogo ndogo na neema kubwa kubwa. Asanteni.
Tunashukuru sana kwa ombi hilo, na tunatumaini kwamba Mungu atatuwezesha kulifanya hilo jambo.
Asante sana.
Vyeti vyako viko pale mlangoni, na yule ndugu aliyekuleta atakupatia daftari na kalamu na maji ni zako.
Asante.
Na unakaribishwa kwa mankuli ya mchana. Ubarikiwe sana.
Asante. Mankuli sitashiriki.
Okay.
Niko na vikao vingine.
Asante.
Nashukuru sana.
Safari njema.
Asante.
Asante. So hii mambo ya Kiswahili ni ya CPS. Wenyeji we. Okay, asante sana. We want to break here for lunch, media. Thank you very much. We have appreciated the morning session. Thank you very much. Mr. Ramadan, karibu uketi tafadhali. You have a pen and a notebook there for you to use. My name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of this selection panel. And allow me to say that we congratulate you for being shortlisted for the position you applied for. And thank you for coming for this interview. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves. Then we come to you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Abubakar.
Good afternoon, Linda.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the Vice Chair, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you. Chair, I must make a disclosure. I have had several interventions with Mr. Abubakar here. While serving the Law Society of Kenya as the Mount Kenya Region Chairperson for 2 terms, Ramadhan was my Vice Chair. But Chairman, I will be objective in my assessment for his interview today. Thank you. Karibu Ramadhan.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure. Good to see you, Madam Linda.
Bwana Ramadhan, jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Vizuri kukujua. Asante.
Afternoon, Wakili.
Good afternoon.
Caroline Kituku, welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ramadan.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Nicodemus Bore, karibu sana.
Asante. Walaikum salam. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Wakili, and karibu sana. My name is Kokimuli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you. A pleasure.
Good afternoon, Ramadan. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you.
Asante. Pleasure meeting you.
Now, we come to you and ask you to introduce yourself, making a highlight of those things that you think are important for us to note, relevant to the position you have applied. Indicate if you belong to any professional society or group, and also if you have received any award. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
My name is Ramadhan Abubakar Mukira. I'm an advocate of the High Court and also the president of the East Africa Law Society. I was admitted to the bar in April 2012, and immediately after my admission, I endeavored to seek knowledge and practice in the profession of law. But just to begin in terms of my educational background, I did my primary schooling in Embu County at Kamodada Boarding Primary School. I then went all the way to Kisumu County for my high school education. This was in Maseno School. Immediately after, I then joined university for my Bachelor's of Laws at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I then, of course, pursued for my admission at the Kenya School of Law. That was in 2012 when I was admitted. Immediately after, I was then, I got an opportunity in Trans Nzoia County as an advocate at Kidiavai and Company Advocates, where I joined as an associate. After Kidiavai, I then joined another law firm in Kirinyaga County. That was at Magee Law LLP, where I joined as an associate, then rose through the ranks to the position of partner. I was with the firm for a period of about 9 years. After Magee, I was then headhunted by the firm of J.K. Kibicho here in Nairobi, which is one of the oldest indigenous law firms in Kenya, having been established in 1973, when law firms, African law firms, were very rare. Most of the firms were either English or Indian. So it was a pleasure to join such a huge firm, where I joined as a partner, having been headhunted, and then promoted to the position of managing partner. Currently, then in 2023, I decided to, due to the entrepreneurial bug that was in me, I decided to open my own law firm. That was Ramadhan Mukira and Company Advocates, where I now practice as the founding member. In my experience as a litigation lawyer, I've had a chance to practice matters constitutional law, family law, land law, and most importantly, electoral law. 1 year after my practice, I had a chance to conduct an election petition in Nanyuki Law Courts, where I conducted and prosecuted MCA election petition, should I say successfully. And Mugogodo East was forced to go to a by-election. In 2017, I participated in a gubernatorial election where I represented a voter against the winning gubernatorial candidate in Laikipia County. We took the matter all the way from the High Court to the Supreme Court, and it was a precedent-setting judgment. Still in 2017, I also had a chance to do other MCA petitions, one in Karatina Law Courts, which this is for Ruguru Ward. Unfortunately, in that one, didn't come to a closure, being that one of the parties passed on. Also did another petition in Nanyuki Law Courts. This was challenging the party list for purposes of the nomination at the County Assembly of Laikipia, where I was representing a PWD, and at the setup then, the members, or rather the nominated members, did not have a PWD. So we challenged this, though we were not successful, but we challenged and also took the matter to the appellate courts. I've also had the opportunity to conduct a matter in 2022, where I participated when I was with the firm of J.K. Kibicho in the presidential petition of 2022. Where J.K. Kibicho was representing IEBC, and I also had a chance, being that I was the head of litigation, to also participate in this particular case. I've also had other matters that I've handled, which I would be remiss of me if I don't mention them. This is a matter concerning the P3 form. I represented the Law Society of Kenya in 2019, where we successfully challenged the levy that was being levied against Kenyans for acquiring this very crucial document in terms of representing and adjudicating their case, because the P3 form is a very crucial document. And the court said that this document should be issued for free to every Kenyan. This is a matter that is very dear to my heart, and courtesy of this matter and many other matters, I was awarded the Pro Bono Lawyer of the Year award, and also the Public Interest Litigation award by the Law Society of Kenya and Amnesty International. I've also had a chance, as late as last year, October 2024, a judgment was issued in a matter where I was doing it pro bono for the people of Burat Ward. In this particular case, the people of Burat Ward, about 20,000 of them, were being evicted by the Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Defense, the Kenya Defense Forces, and of course the Attorney General. And we challenged this eviction, saying that this land, being that it's community land, belonged to the people. We tendered documents, gazette notices from 1923, 1952, and another gazette notice after independence, the succeeding regimes. We challenged this successfully, and the Isiolo Environment and Land Court agreed with us that indeed there are historical injustices, and this land must be given to the people of Isiolo County, Burat Ward, for purposes being that it was community land. This is a matter that is also very dear to my heart. These are matters that make me sleep well at night, Mr. Chair. Other than that, I do believe that I am better placed and I do have the necessary competences to be a member of this particular commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Mr. Abubakar, right where you stopped, which are those competencies that you think you have that are going to be essential in your execution of your mandate as an IEBC Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Madam Linda. One of them I'd say in terms of my knowledge of the law, my application of the law, my interpretation of the law. As a lawyer, I've had extensive experience having litigated matters concerning electoral law. I also do possess necessary experience in terms of dispute resolution, having having worked as a tribunal member for the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal established under the Kenya Information and Communications Act, where I served for 3 years, where we had a chance to hear matters concerning technology, concerning licensing of broadcasting. Therefore, this has granted me the necessary experience in listening to matters, adjudicating them in a fair manner. I also do possess experience as a team leader by virtue of working with different groups in terms of I was a member of the Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. I had a chance to work with a team of different backgrounds. Some were lawyers, some were experts in ICT, journalists. So I do have and possess that experience to work with persons from different backgrounds. Also, as president, I do have a council, and the council are members with different backgrounds, different cultures, different nationalities, by virtue of serving the whole of East Africa region. Also, as vice chair of Mount Kenya, where we had a chance to serve with you, and it was a pleasure. We were different personalities, different age groups, different in terms of seniority, but we had a chance to serve the membership. Therefore, this gives me a good advantage in terms of being a team player and also being a team leader. I also do possess the energy and vigor of my youth. As being a 38-year-old, I do have and possess the necessary energy and vigor to serve the commission. I think for that, these are necessary competencies that I can highlight.
Have you been able to work in a high-pressure environment? And if so, you can share the same with this panel?
Yes, I've had a chance to do so. In my previous firm as the head of litigation at JK Kibicho, we had several matters that would come, and sometimes clients would get briefs from different clients on a daily basis. I'd say this. These were parastatals, private companies, public companies, and as the head of litigation, matters would come before me, and I would decide on the strategy of defending the client's interests. So this is one of them. And also as a community leader, where I come from, that is Embu County, and a scenario is where there was a dispute concerning the members of our Embu Dallas mosque group, the Muslim group, where there was a dispute concerning an election that was conducted, and they proposed me as the mediator for purposes of serving the community. I took up the job, and I mediated this very high-stake group because there were two factions that were agitating their rights to be leaders of a particular community. So I mediated successfully this process with others, not alone. I mediated this process concerning this particular election, and we found in the mediation that there was an issue with the Constitution. And from my advice, I advised that there was need to amend this particular Constitution, and they agreed, and we're in the process of amending the Constitution, and I'm serving as the chair of the Constitution Amendment Committee. And other than that, we agreed that there will be a caretaker committee pending the revision of the Constitution and enactment of the new Constitution to enable the community to live in peace. That is what I can highlight for now. Thank you
very much, Mr. Abubakar, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caro, I invite you to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ramadan,
Yes.
I'm curious, before I come to my question, the Dallas Mosque
Yes.
Committee, whatever you're calling it, are you the only lawyer, or there were others?
There were other lawyers, and one of the lawyers was also part of the groups that I was mediating against. Yes.
Thank you. Dispute resolution appears to be a strong forte in terms of IBC's mandate on electoral matters. So what is your understanding of the mandate of the IBC in dispute resolution, and whether you can cite 2 or more court case that have established jurisprudence on that area. IBC dispute resolution.
Okay. Article 88 of the Constitution establishes the mandate of IEBC to deal with matters dispute resolution concerning nomination, but does not extend to election petitions. In terms of case law, nothing comes to mind, but that provision is the provision I would anchor your question.
How does IBC get involved in dispute resolution? At what stage and what's the procedure?
In terms of nomination, I had a chance to participate in one nomination dispute. This was concerning a governor who was given the certificate, nomination certificate by the returning officer, and one of the voters challenged the nomination. And once they challenged this nomination by the returning officer, they filed the suit before the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee, and I successfully defended her nomination. Yes, so this once there's a challenge on a particular nomination of a particular candidate, then one can challenge the nomination before the Dispute Resolution Committee.
Do you know the procedure?
There's yes, I believe so. Under the rules, there are rules under the rules on dispute resolution. Under the Elections Act, there are rules that have been enacted, and I do believe it should begin at the returning officer. In fact, that was one of the objections I raised, that they didn't start at the returning officer at the constituency level. I want to believe that's the provision, that you start at the constituency level, raise your petition, or whatever the determination is made, then you can appeal before the National IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee.
What is the time frame that the IBC has to resolve the nomination dispute?
I believe 7 days.
Okay. So pre-nomination, there have been instances on dispute as so far as academic qualifications of candidates is concerned. Can you shed more light on this?
Yes, a lot has been raised in terms of academic candidates, especially for gubernatorial candidates, where petitions have been filed, and the status as of now, in terms of looking at the law, there have been no amendments in terms of educational status. I don't know if I can recall, but I'm aware of a case concerning Madam Nazlin Omar. There's a case Nazlin Omar filed and other parties who filed challenging the educational requirements, and the court did find some of the provisions on educational requirements to be unconstitutional.
Which ones were those? You invited me to that, so which ones? Those?
Gladly. I want to believe for MCA, those were challenged successfully. For MP, National Assembly. Yes.
Okay, so should you become successful and you've been appointed as a member of the IBC, how do you propose to strengthen IBC policies and system to improve the vetting of candidates pre-nomination?
Very good question, Madam Carol. In terms of strengthening the candidacy of
the vetting process.
The vetting process. Yes, vetting process.
I mean, to avoid these issues about challenges on academic papers, academic qualifications, when they're required, because it's required in the gubernatorial, as you said, and the presidency.
Yes. I think it will be important for IEBC, and if I'm favored to be part of the commissioners, to come up with a policy in terms of interested candidates and how you're going to vet the interested candidates. And it will be important to have a vetting committee that will be specifically conducting this and verifying all the certificates that are tendered as supporting documents, that there is a procedure of verifying these documents with other, like the Council for the Commission for Universities, I forget the name, through that by confirming. So there, at least there is a process of confirming these particular documents. So I'd propose a vetting committee be formed.
Thank you very much. I wish you the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Carol.
Thank you. I invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili.
Yes, Madam.
What do the letters in the word KIMS stand for?
The Kenya, KIMS means Kenya Electoral Integration Management System.
Thank you. Each activity in the electoral cycle is governed by the law. Please tell the panel and the people watching you the provisions of the law or the constitution that govern any 4 activities in the electoral cycle of your choice. For example, let me give you an example.
Yes.
Articles 81 and 86 of the Constitution speak to the principles of free, fair, simple, transparent, and credible elections.
Yes.
So choose 4 activities in the electoral cycle and tell me which law governs them. And you can be general, it's okay.
Okay. There's voter education. It's covered in the Elections Act and also in the regulations on voter education. We have voter registration, also covered in the Elections Act and the supporting regulation on voter registration.
You have to be a little specific, as I was.
Okay. In terms of voter education, also anchored in Article 88.
When I say specific, I mean, for example,
yes.
I told you principles of elections, I mentioned them. So when you say, for example, voter education,
yes.
you would say the registration of or the development of materials and so on and so forth, and the conduct of this is covered, as you said in Article
88.
88.4
yes.
of the Constitution
yes.
and the Elections Act. Then you just give, like, for example, a principle that governs, that is there in the Elections Act. If not, just don't worry, just move to the next one.
Okay. Okay.
So we have done voter education.
Okay. Voter registration also covered in Article 88, where voters are expected to register, and IEBC has the mandate to register the voters, and this is anchored in law, and also there are regulations to support the process of registration under the voter registration regulations, I believe, of 2012 or thereabouts. Yes. Then the other another activity in the cycle, I would say the election itself, the voting itself, also covered in, of course, Article 38. Yeah, Article 38. Article 38 that provides. I proceed.
Okay. The reason why I wanted you to say this is to drive me to the question that if you are fortunate and you get nominated, first you have identified all these laws, and I wanted to tell us where is the problem of implementation of the electoral cycle. Is it in the legal process? Because as you know, as you have been saying, you know that there is sufficient laws to cover that. So where is the problem in elections? Why do we have a problem? Someone had mentioned that we probably have too many laws. So I wanted you to just have that in mind and sort of drive us to, if you get to the IEBC, what are you going to do? Because law is your area of expertise. What are you going to do to guide both your colleagues and secretariat in the ensuring the integrity and the credibility of the elections?
Thank you very much, Madam Koki. It is my humble view that there is no issue with the law as it is in terms of having numerous laws. What perhaps needs to happen is strengthening the laws that we have. One of the main problems that has existed is enforcement of the laws that we have. I'll name one in terms of the Election Offences Act. The cases that exist are not as many as the election petitions that we have. So therefore, there's a problem in terms of enforcement of some of the laws. When we talk about the integrity that perhaps the public may raise an issue, there is need for IEBC to engage the voter, the stakeholders, to ensure that even these laws are understood by the average voter, the literate and the illiterate. So there is, sorry.
Okay, let me ask. You said that, for example, there is a problem of lack of enforcement of Election Offences Act.
Yes.
At what stage?
I want to say at the campaign stage, that is during the pre-election cycle, where parties, it's actually the election cycle, when parties are now campaigning for the particular election. You'll find sometimes there's voter bribery that occurs, voter suppression sometimes may occur. A reading is, of course, the case of Moses Wetangula, which is reported, a Supreme Court case. So, and that is one of the few cases. You'll find there's a provision that says if we've engaged in an electoral offense, you are not liable to vote for 5 years. Do we have a list of Kenyans who've engaged or are registered to have participated in an electoral offense that they cannot participate in an election? Therefore, this enforcement is still lacking.
Okay, thank you, Wakili, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Invite FCPA, please start on.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Mukira,
yes.
Picking one of the electoral cycle phases, kindly identify for us typical operational challenges that IEBC faces in that particular phase, and how the same can be managed.
Yes. How many? Two?
Just pick, tell us, 2,
okay.
3.
Okay.
Yes.
One, and I can pick in terms of the enforcement. I can still insist.
Start with which phase, and
okay.
then now what are the challenges and what are the mitigation measures?
Okay. In terms of the election phase, there is the enforcement of the Electoral Campaign Financing Act by virtue of the non-existent of the regulations. But this challenge has existed because of this provision this act has not been operationalized. There is a case that was filed in court. This is the case of by Katiba Institute, AFRICOG, Transparency International, and Philip Nyakundi, where the court stated that there is no need for purposes of regulation of the electoral campaign financing. You do not need National Assembly to approve the laws. Therefore, IEBC, being that this is a challenge, if I have a chance to be part of the commissioners, I will formulate the regulations, which I have done before when I served as member of a Communications and Multimedia Appeals Tribunal. I was part of the regulation. I was part of the team that formulated the rules. I was part of the team that formulated the rules for the Children's Act in terms of the foster care, all of that. So I have the necessary experience in terms of legislative drafting. So if it comes to formulating regulations on electoral campaign finance, I can do that with us.
So that's one. What is the other challenge?
The other?
You've not mentioned which phase of the electoral cycle it falls into. But any other challenge?
The other challenge that I may think of as of this moment is, of course, recruitment. recruitment of staff. That's a pre-election. As of this moment, the IEBC does not have commissioners. Of course, there is need for proper enforcement and proper regulation, and in terms of appointing of staff, not only the commissioners, but I'm sure even for the other staff at the secretariat. That's one that comes to mind, sir.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Ati, please.
Ramadan.
Yes, sir.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Now, I have a question. Given that you have your history of fighting for disadvantaged groups or working pro bono for some groups.
Yes, sir.
And I want to take you to the area of members of parliament.
Yes.
Who utilize the devolved funds or CDF kitties. And in some cases you find that they say those people did not vote or were not registered voters in a certain constituency or ward. They cannot qualify to get those funds. So let's discuss that. Are they fair to these people, or they're paying? Is these people who did not vote or did not register to vote in that area who are being unfair? So let's discuss that, the pros and cons.
Thank you very much for that question. It's indeed a mind-boggling one, but I'll attempt it. I believe these are public funds when it comes to CDF. And being that they are public funds, everyone has a right to access these funds. Before a right is limited by any person or state organ, one must ensure that it conforms with the Constitution. Therefore, to state that because one did not vote or is not a registered voter in the constituency is not a good condition to place, because in our laws it exists that it is not mandatory to be a registered voter. Neither is it a requirement that before one acquires CDF funds or the bursaries that one must be a registered voter. As long as you're resident, I believe you should have an equal footing as any other applicant.
So are they committing any offense? Because they usually put it even in the circulation, and the conditions are usually put there, if you have seen any in the social groups. So are they committing any irregularity?
I would say it's unconstitutional.
I can see very soon you might be representing those people. Let's go to the next one. On the same note, is it discriminatory when members, the MPs, the same MPs and MCAs, decide that they give bursaries based on the family's socio-economic status? You say the ones who are rich, the ones who are poor. Is it discriminatory from where you stand?
I would say it's not discriminatory. I would say it's not discriminatory. Unless...
Explain.
Unless...
Because these people, they can argue that regardless of our socio-economic status, these are devolved funds. We have a right to get, if it's a bursary, we have a right, and because we come from the same place. So let's discuss that.
Yes. It's an issue of equity and not equality. Because if somebody is well blessed to have the funds, then it would not be equitable for them to still apply for bursary funds. So it would be my view that if you're financially endowed, then leave it to others who are less fortunate to first get, and if there is any surplus, then maybe those, then you who is blessed can get. That would be my...
Thanks so much. I like the passage. Asante sana, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Ramadan.
Yes, madam.
Please tell the panel how you would mitigate in a situation where a civil society coalition accuses IEBC of lack of transparency in the transmission of results. how would you overcome this without necessarily, while preserving the institutional integrity?
Very well. First, as a commissioner, I would first look at the complaint and, of course, table it with the other commissioners in terms of the complaint having been raised and looking at the complaint and the nature of it. And if there is indeed an issue that needs to be addressed, then, of course, invite the parties to see what is the agitation. And if we can resolve it, then well and good. But I'd first call the complainant to see how we can address the issue, because a complaint must be addressed. Every party has the right to be heard, no matter how flimsy the complaint might be, because an election is not for IEBC, it is for the ordinary voter. Therefore, we must hear the voter. So if there's a complaint on transparency, which is a constitutional edict, therefore, we must handle it and see how best to improve. Perhaps the complaint might be from a good place. Then we try increase the transparency where the complaint has been raised.
In such circumstances, what are the issues that usually would raise a lack of transparency?
Okay. If perhaps a party has raised an issue of they are not aware, just an example, if they're not aware in terms of in their constituency, they cannot see the results of the presidential vote. Yeah, they are not aware in terms of who won, they cannot see the results, then we as IEBC have a mandate to show them. If these results, perhaps if we have a form, we can show them. If it is in the portal, we can help them access, because not everyone has access to the internet. Perhaps they might not have this access. So we grant them this access, and perhaps if it's possible and I'm appointed as commissioner, then I would propose that we could have even computers or laptops accessible to the public, so that anyone can access the public portal to see the results, and the transparency will be there. Yes, that would.
Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you, Madam.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ramadhani.
Yes, sir.
Kenya has faced recurring disputes over voter register. People complain of different maybe items or things missing in their registration. Some people whose names appear registered elsewhere, yet they registered in a particular place.
Yeah.
As a commissioner, what strategic reforms would you propose or put in place to enhance the credibility of the voter database?
Yes.
Over the next 5 years, if you get the chance?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, this has been a recurring issue in every election, where voters indicate that they could not be identified at their polling station. And sometimes you find it's due to maybe old age and persons who perform manual labor, where you find the fingerprints are lost. I would propose one is to have other forms of identification which are allowed under the, I believe the technology regulations, in terms of you can use the iris or the retina to identify a voter, if we can advance to that, and other forms of identification that can solve that particular issue. The other issue is in terms of registration, where a voter says, I was registered here, but for one reason or the other, I cannot find my name, having transferred. I would propose that if it's possible, change of polling station, if it can be done online, where you change I can change, maybe if I'm voting in Nairobi, to change and vote in Embu online, and if need be, now I appear in Embu for purposes of biometrics. The same thing that is being done perhaps with the DCI document. You do it on eCitizen. We do it on eCitizen, then appear in the particular station for purposes of biometrics. If we can do that, then that can ease even the voting and the voter transfer issue, where one does not have to go to the constituency. That would be my proposal.
You think sometimes it is done deliberately? Because as you are aware,
yes,
election is about numbers. And if I can access the data at IEBC,
Yes.
I can be able to move some people whom I believe are not my voters from my voting area to a different place.
Okay, good question, but as a lawyer, I'll tell you, I have no evidence to state that this has ever occurred. It would be strictly speculation. So I wouldn't want to say that there's a scenario where a voter would do that, a candidate would do that. So, but if that is done, that is indeed an election offense.
Yeah, we have seen candidates, especially around borders of counties or constituencies, and they'll move their whole clan to one constituency, believing that when election comes, they will vote for that person.
Yes.
Is there a way in which we can stop this?
Yes, of course. That's why we have, in terms of the regulation when it comes to voter registration, where voting registration can be suspended. Yeah, if the suspension, we look at the suspension laws, it can curb such scenarios, so that if a general election is coming, then we stop the registration at a particular point. Immediately, I think before, even if possible, before the primaries begin. If it's possible now to stop the registration, that would curb the voter transfers that usually occur. Even when it comes to by-elections and a successful election petition, we curb the issue of voter registration then.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to invite a professor to ask some questions, please. Professor.
Thank you, Chair. Ramadhani Abubakar Mukira.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you talk of your age in your introduction?
Yes, I mentioned it. I'm 38, sir.
Very well. I just wanted to make sure that there will be millennials there.
That would be great, sir, if that happens.
They are represented.
Yes.
Very well here.
It would be an honor.
Now, as a good lawyer that
thank you.
one can see that you have been in your young age and career. You are a commissioner, and a court ruling suddenly invalidates a key electoral timeline, forcing the IEBC to compress its schedule. How would you lead the Commission in adjusting its plans without compromising election credibility? It's hypothetical, but it happens.
Indeed, litigation can sometimes cause distraction in the path or the trajectory that perhaps IBC might have. If such a scenario occurs, it will be my proposal that first we understand the impact of the judgment made by the courts, to understand the weight and, of course, adhere to the judgment, and engage the stakeholders. Engage the stakeholders, inform them the timelines have changed. It is not on our part, it is the courts that have rendered a judgment. Therefore, the timelines having changed, let us see how best can we effect this electoral timeline. So if the stakeholders agree that maybe let's lengthen, or whichever the proposal would be, it has to be public participatory. The stakeholders must be involved before IBC makes a boardroom decision that will greatly affect the parties. That would be my proposal, sir.
Thank you. My last question in this segment. You are aware that IEBC faces a deficit in public trust, whether it's perceptional or real. That remains, that is indeed the case. You've also seen over time that commissioners have either been forced out of office, some have on their own reasons run away from the country, gone into exile, some after claiming forced resignation.
Some have gone into exile, some have remained. And even for those who left office because their term had ended, there was a public outcry. Mukira is made an IEBC commissioner. He serves this full term. He's exiting at 44 years of age because it's one term. Hopefully he will not have run away. He will not have been forced out of office. For the sake of transition, if that was to happen, what, as you conclude your term, hopefully,
Inshallah.
what ethical obligations would you feel is necessary on your part when you're leaving office regarding asset declarations and public perception? In other words, you saw the budget and Kenyans were like, oh, so Mukira enters IEBC owning this. And when he leaves, the public might want to know, what does Mukira own after the 6 years with a 62 billion budget? Go ahead.
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, that is an issue that may be of importance. And as a commissioner, if I had a chance to serve for a full term, and even during my tenure, I would first ensure that under the law, I believe the Leadership and Integrity Act, I believe there is a provision that provides for asset declaration. I would adhere to that provision fully to make sure that the public has information in terms of what I own and how much I am worth. So this will be there. Immediately we are sworn in, I will declare. And in terms of after my tenure, I will play a role as a citizen to create public trust of the commission that I served. And I'm hoping that I'll have a chance to do what is expected of me and to exercise our mandate as required by the Constitution. And due to this experience as a commissioner, I will take my time to also inform the public and to make sure they understand, participate in the barazas if need be, because the main problem has always been the lack of understanding sometimes in terms of the process and procedures when it comes to the election.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Prof, do you have some 2 questions?
Sure. This is usually the high school section.
Yes.
And given your age, that's not long time ago. So
it's quite long, sir. Make it simple if possible.
We usually look at partly where your experience is, and I'm seeing that in your young career, you have been the Vice President of the East African Law Society, 2023 to 2024. You are currently serving as the President of the East African Law Society since 2024. It is my assumption that you know about the East African community. And therefore, it has 7 organs. Just mention 3.
Of course, the IALA, the East Africa Legislative Assembly, the East Africa Community Secretariat, and the East Africa, I can't remember, the bank. Yes.
Nothing in your profession? No organ in your line of...
The East Africa Law Society is not an organ of the...
No. Still, yes. Where you practice, there's no organ?
There is the East Africa Law Society.
Okay,
Sorry?
Thank you. Let me go to the second question.
In which prison?
East Africa Court of Justice. It's not too late. Sorry.
Okay.
In fact, I had a meeting with them the
I
other
hadn't
day.
passed, so you will give you that one.
Sorry
since
for
I
that.
hadn't passed.
Sorry for that.
In which prison did Nelson Mandela serve most of his time while incarcerated?
I would say the Robben Island. In Cape
Thank
Town-
you, Chair,
in Cape Town.
and keep on representing your generation. I
Thank
wish
you, sir.
well.
Thank you, sir.
We've come to the end of our session. Excellent interaction. We are glad for your time and for the responses you have made to the questions. We want to allow you to make a comment or a question if you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
with your indulgence, my neighbor is saying that I should let her know that her generation is right here in the panel.
Perfect. Pleasure.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure appearing before this distinguished panel. It has been quite an honor. I want to thank you for shortlisting me for this grand opportunity. I do not take it lightly. And I wish you all the best as you deliberate for the candidates. And you play a very important role in midwifing our democracy. I wish you all the best and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You find your certificates with the gentleman at the door. Feel free to pick the water, the notebook, and the pen. Blessings to you.
To you too. Thank
Asante.
you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Rispa, my name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel, and on behalf of the panel and the Kenyans who desire to have a commission in place, thank you for applying, and congratulations for being shortlisted.
Thank you, Chairman.
Karibu. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you. Then they can get to know you.
All right.
Asante.
Good evening, Madam Rispa.
Good evening, Madam.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Madam Linda.
CPA Rispa, karibu.
Thank you, FCPA.
Jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi na mwenyekiti. She is one of our council members at ISPAC. So, karibu.
Thank you so much, FCPA.
Sorry, Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you, Madam Caroline.
Good afternoon, Rispa.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Madam.
Good evening.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, and karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Olik.
Good afternoon.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grignon, and I'm here as a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rispa.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you very much.
Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. We would like to know you, highlight those things that are significant in your profile for the role you have applied for, but also for our noting, and indicate if you're a member of any professional society, and if you have received any award. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and you'll pardon my voice. I've had a cold, though I'm recovering. It's no longer contagious. So if I sound hoarse, bear with me. This is not my ordinary voice. So let me start by thanking you, Chair, and the panel for this opportunity to appear before you. My name is Reese Paulik. I'm an accountant by training. I have been a professional for over 20 years, and my professional journey began at World Vision Kenya, where I was an accountant for about 2 years in Voi. Then I progressed to be a regional finance and supply chain officer based in Kisumu, covering part of Western Rift Valley and, of course, Nyanza. And part of my memorable achievements, especially at the regional office, was my role in just improving the supply chain process of World Vision. World Vision had so many offices, and other than supporting and coordinating the financial reporting from the various program offices, that is the time I initiated pre-qualification of suppliers. I started working on procurement plans. We also had initiatives around supplier relations management, and we were able to save a lot of money because most of the projects that World Vision did were similar. So if we were equipping schools with water tanks, then we were able to procure these collectively from the manufacturers like Kentank and then distribute the same. So in 2011, I moved from World Vision and joined Amnesty International Kenya. At Amnesty, I helped them set up the office almost from scratch. They were just setting up in Kenya at that time, so I moved to Nairobi. And I worked with Amnesty for about 10 years as the head of finance. And this is when I also ventured into leadership and governance space when I first got elected to serve in the Council of ISPAC, that is the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, in 2019. But I'll come back to that in a little while. So I left Amnesty in December of 2020. I had decided to go do my doctoral degree. And while at that, I ventured into private practice as an auditor. So I did consultancies for about 4 years, trainings, audit work, and the like. And then early this year, I took up my current role. So as I sit here today, I'm an Associate Director, Finance and Administration, working with Health Right Kenya. Back to my governance role, I said I got elected into the Institute of Certified Public Accountants as a council member in 2019. So by then I was working for World Vision, for Amnesty International Kenya, sorry. So when I got this role, my first encounter with the members was that we had a very disgruntled public sector accountants, and that was around the time most of the finance officers and procurement officers were asked to step aside for lifestyle audit. And with the help of my employer then, we submitted a proposal to UNDP, who granted us, and in collaboration with EACC and other agencies, we were able to train over 400 accountants on safe whistleblowing, because most of the accountants said they wanted to do the right thing, but they did not have a channel, or some of them didn't know how to deal with whistleblowing and the like. And that was again the same time we had the Masai Mara haste. So having had a conversation with those who were involved, I realized that with the sensitive information that accountants hold and process, given an opportunity to whistleblow, some of them didn't know who to talk to. So they would talk to the wrong people. For example, the Masai Mara haste, they said they had been speaking to several people who used that information to extort the person they were whistleblowing against, and this was also endangering their lives. So as a result of this exercise, over 400 accountants were trained, and I'm sure to date they're better equipped to handle sensitive information if they have it. And ISPAC also ended up with a whistleblower policy, which has benefited quite a number of accountants who choose to whistleblow. When I started my service as a council member, my first mandate was to chair the Member Services Committee. This was in 2019, as I'd said, towards the end. And when we got into 2020, I think it was 6 or 8 years into my service, Corona struck. And ISPAC is an independent institution. Most of our funding comes from training our members. So we could not hold physical activities. And we went into panic because we don't receive money from Exchequer and the like. So the chairman of the institute then, I've been lucky to serve under 3 chairmen, constituted an ad hoc committee. I was one of the members, the CEO, and I think the vice chair then, and the person who was chairing finance and strategy. We had regular meetings on how to get out of this problem. So we came up with the vibrant online trainings that are popular to date. We got out of COVID, but most of our members still prefer this option. It's cheaper and convenient. So most of our trainings to date at ISPAC have that blended kind of attendance. You can be physically present, you can attend virtually. When the term of the chair ended after 2 years, under the new chairman, I became the chair of Finance and Strategy Committee. Again, that time we were just getting out of COVID and struggling with a huge loan that we had taken to put up the CPS Center on Thika Road. So again, we had to figure out how to navigate that space. And I am happy and proud to tell this panel today that while I chaired the Finance and Strategy Committee, we were able to retire the loan for CPS Center about 6 years early and saved the Institute over 100 million in finance costs. So we are proud owners of CPS Center as we speak to date. Currently, under the third chairman, I'm chairing a subcommittee on on special events and member welfare. Again, we had started a benevolent fund for ISPAC members. And currently, we've worked on separating that fund from the Institute to make it independent, make it sustainable, have its own governance structure, and also seeing how to improve the benefits to the members in terms of payout. We are covering more people, parents-in-law. When we started, we were only covering the nuclear family. So that has grown, and I'm also proud of that achievement. Excuse me. So beyond ISPAC, I also represent ISPAC in the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. This is a board that is mandated with issuing financial reporting guidelines to most of our public entities and standards for internal audit in public sector, on internal audit and risk management, sorry. So in PSSB, I have been chairing the Accounting Standards Committee. Again, during my leadership, we have rolled out several templates that have been used to harmonize financial reporting in the public sector. We've issued guidelines on application of the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board standards that are rolled out. And currently, we are the champions of the move from cash to accrual accounting. That, to me, is not just a change in the accounting system, but it's a commitment by the accountants to transparency and accountability in terms of managing the public funds, because we know the advantages that come with accrual accounting. The liabilities, we talk of pending bills. We believe with that will be a thing of the past, and we'll also be having better visibility of the liabilities. We say we don't know how much Kenya owes. So when that is well captured, we have visibility of our assets. I think it will be a good thing in terms of accountability. I'm also serving in the governance group of INPAS. INPAS is a global body that also is currently working on standards that will harmonize the reporting of NPOs or non-government organizations. We realized that most public sector subscribe to IPSAS, the public sector accounting standards, and then we have the ones that are focused on profit, focusing on IFRS. So the NPOs have been floating. And through INPAS, we are harmonizing the reporting so that they are not responding to donor needs, which make the work really hard. Each donor comes with their own requirements. When an entity is funded by more than one donor, then you realize that the same assets shown to this donor is shown to the other. So that also brings issues on donor confidence, among other things. So
I want to stop you there.
Thank you. Maybe you'll give me a minute to talk about my academic qualifications.
Yes, please. 30 seconds. You can finish that. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. So I hold a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Nairobi. I also have an MBA, Finance from the University of Nairobi. I'm a certified public accountant of Kenya and member of ISPAC in good standing. I'm also a certified secretary and a member of ICS. I'm a certified mediator. I have trained in ESG, so I'm certified in ESG. I'm also a trainer in that area. I've done the Senior Leadership Development course, Strategic Leadership SLDP course, and currently I am a doctoral candidate doing my DBA at USIU, specializing in leadership and organization change. So allow me to stop there, Chair, and pardon me for the lengthy introduction.
Thank you. It was helpful. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Rispa, You have indicated that you are now an associate finance administrator?
Associate Director, Finance and Administration.
Okay, at Health Right Kenya.
Yes.
So if appointed as a member of the commission, what relevant experience do you bring to the commission that will help you in the execution of your mandate as a commissioner?
Thank you, Madam. Chair, if I get this chance to serve the commission, when I looked at the skill sets that are required for this job, I felt that I have 3 of them. I've talked of my accounting skills. Pardon me. My managerial skills is evident, going by even my current role as an associate director. And I also have governance skills, both through training and experience. So in terms of skills, that's what I'll be bringing on board. I would also come with independence, the integrity that is required for this position. And I would consider myself a value-based leader. So I would also be coming with certain values that speak to the core mandate of this commission.
Any competences outside your educational background?
Yes, Chair, as I indicated, I'm a certified mediator. So on alternative dispute resolution, I would want to believe that would be important. I also once went through a course of, when I was working for World Vision, on do no harm, in the sense that sometimes you can have an initiative that you think is good, but when you look at it broadly, you realize that it could have a different effect. For example, if you go drilling a borehole in a certain area and the neighboring community doesn't have water, so this can be a source of conflict. So I'm coming with those skills. I don't know if that is sufficient or I should continue.
Are you a team leader? Are you a team player?
I am a team player. I believe in being innovative. Teamwork is important to me. So yes, I'm a team player. I love teamwork. I'm a strategic thinker. So I wouldn't take things just on the surface of it. I consider myself quite vocal, so I don't hold back. Before I know it, I would have spoken my mind.
Communication skills?
I believe I have those too.
1 to 10, rate yourself?
I could be at 9.5.
Good. Thank you so much. I wish you the best.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Okay, Carol, we invite you to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. This one. The independence of the IBC. What is your understanding of the independence of the IBC? What is it that makes IBC an independent institution?
Thank you so much, Madam Caroline. By the establishment or the formation of IBC through the Constitution of Kenya, that makes it independent. I also want to believe through the IBC Act, there are certain laws that, it's able to operate without undue influence or interference from other entities. That gives it the independence. In terms of its funding, of course, the Commission does not rely 100% on donor funds, which can sometimes also come with a carrot stick kind of arrangement. So as much as we are still, as a Commission, there's reliance on exchequer, but just by that fact that they get an allocation of funds. To an extent, not fully, they would be better off with a fund. I want to believe that also gives it some independence. And even the fact that the Commission is able to recruit, there is the tenure for the commissioners. The members of staff of the Commission are recruited by the Commission itself. Those are some of the things that come at the top of my mind of what gives the Commission independence.
Okay. Despite it being an independent commission, it is accountable to the people of Kenya. How is IBC constitutionally and legally accountable to the people of Kenya?
Thank you so much, Madam Caroline. Excuse me. So in terms of accountability, of course, the independence does not compromise on the accountability, and the Commission is accountable to the people of Kenya. The processes in terms of conducting the elections, there has to be transparency. They should be able to demonstrate that the business or the processes are above board, and there are provisions that allow, if, like we had the call of Fungua Sava, among other things. I know at certain points, people are free to come to IBC and request for certain information. And if they find it favorable, then they're able to provide that information when asked of the same. So the Commission is independent, but to that extent, they have to be accountable for their processes. They have to be accountable to the people of Kenya for conducting business above board.
Okay. There is a difference between involving the public through public participation and accountability. And accountability of the Commission, right? So whom does IBC report to? And how does that reporting mechanism ensure that it's held accountable? Yes.
I want to believe there could be various ways of accountability. When it comes to the public resources that the Commission receives, then this is audited by the Auditor General and goes through the normal public financial management process in terms of accountability and demonstrating value for money, among other things. The Commission is also accountable to Kenyans. And that's why the chair has to answer very hard questions. When people come out and they have to respond and demonstrate that whatever processes happened above board. So there's that accountability to the people of Kenya. Through Parliament, I want to believe there's also that accountability. Of course, this sometimes works both ways because the processes that IBC is involved in lead to the formation of our Parliament. But because of that independence and ability to do their work without undue influence, there's still that flow of accountability.
Okay. The Constitution says that, or provides that at the end of each financial year, the IBC shall present its report of its activities to Parliament and the President of the Republic of Kenya. You spoke about Parliament. Let's speak about the President. To what extent is IBC accountable to the President of the Republic of Kenya? And can it take instructions or directions from the President of the Republic of Kenya?
I agree, and what you've mentioned is right in terms of the accountability. Like you said, I've spoken about Parliament. About presenting reports to the President, that is okay, but I wouldn't speak to or say that the President would give instructions to the Commission, because then that would be compromising on that independence. For, how would I call it? For sharing information, because there's a partnership in all this process. It's good for the President to know what's happening at the Commission. I mean, the buck stops with him as the head of the country. But IBC remains independent. It cannot take instructions on certain matters, especially speaking to its co-mandates.
All right. Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Carol.
I invite Koki Muli to also ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Olik,
Yes.
How did you get your clearance certificate from the DCI?
Currently, they have two options. So the old way of doing it is putting all your paperwork together, downloading a form, filling it, having the certificate certified by a lawyer, and then you physically take them to EACC.
Okay, but how do you apply? How do you apply for it? Do you go there and fill a form, or you apply virtually?
For EACC?
No. I'm
DCI.
talking about DCI.
Oh.
The police
Sorry.
compliance.
Oh yes. For police compliance,
clearance certificate.
It starts online on eCitizen.
And at what stage do you interact with the station?
So previously you'd have to book, and then you get a day slot, time slot and everything, and you appear at either Huduma Center or CID headquarters, where they take fingerprints.
Okay. So what I'm saying this because many candidates are proposing many innovative ways in which IEBC can use technology to actually, if you can get a police clearance certificate virtually by first applying online, and you just go to the police station for your fingerprints, and then you leave, and the document finds you. Why can't we register voters the same way? What stops the IEBC from virtually doing everything and just asking people to go to the nearest office to give their biometrics? That's number one. Number two, just note that down. Number two, I'm very happy you are a member of ISPAC. As you know, ISPAC is a leader in technology, use of technology, especially for voting. In fact, the professional organizations I belong to borrow that technology to conduct our elections. For example, ICS, where you are also a member. We use that technology, and that they facilitate us to actually conduct our elections. And most of the election is conducted virtually. Yeah. Why can't IEBC do the same? And I'm sure you have members, elected members of parliament who are members of ISPAC, no?
Yes, we do.
How do they trust your election and they can't trust the one for IEBC? Why do you think there is a problem with use of technology in IEBC? And what innovative ways can you bring to the IEBC if you become a member to address those underlying problems? I hope I've not confused you with many questions together.
Not really. I think
okay?
I've taken note, and in case I miss any, I'd kindly ask that you just point it out. So, excuse me. Chairman, I'm sitting here and asking myself the same question, because I think IEBC can do things differently. In terms of digitizing the registration process, we have very tech-savvy young people. And I'm thinking, why wouldn't we have an app or a one-stop shop, an IEBC app that is able to do lots of these things? Biometrics do not have to be just fingerprints. It could be someone's eyeball. It could be the face recognition or anything else. So I want to believe it's doable.
Yes, actually what I was asking you is why. We know all that can be done.
Yes.
You have done it, you have led the way. But why? What stops IEBC from doing that?
From where I see it, I could say nothing stops them. But thinking operationally, there could be challenges, because technology, one, comes with knowledge or education. So if we are going to apply a technology that is going to exclude certain people because they cannot access it or they are not able to understand how that technology works, then probably IEBC has settled for what they believe would give a fair, a level ground for everybody. So, I continue? Yes.
I wanted to, the reason why I was asking this question, I was sort of driving you to, you see IEBC has this habit of seeking permission from their clients, their main clients, to do anything. And those clients are very difficult in agreeing with IEBC and allowing IEBC to do anything. like, you know, those political parties, candidates, and so on. And I was just trying to see the nature of your membership and compares to them. And what I was looking for is, why is it difficult for them to accept IEBC to use technology when it is easy for them as your member to accept the outcome of what you do using technology? What is the difference between, of course there's a difference, but why? You understand?
I understand you, Madam Koki, and I would believe probably someone could say the stakes are higher in this than in ISPAC, because the elections that we conduct at ISPAC, I'm a council member, it's not my full-time job. When it becomes your bread and butter, then probably the stakes are higher. But I would like to say that when you introduce something, getting the buy-in is important, and the approach that you use. So if it calls for just educating people, it calls for hearing the various voices and demonstrating the value for going a certain way, and constantly communicating, making the whole process simplified, transparent as much as possible, because I'm thinking there's a lot of talk even about blockchain. If it's about the trust, we've had, I'm not an IT guru, but we've had cases where we say when you use the blockchain system, then you cannot modify certain things. If it's for voting, then the moment that person is registered or voted, it even comes with the time and date stamps. And this encryption from end to end. I hope I don't get more questions on that line of blockchain, but there's a lot of technology basically out there that if we make use of the bright minds.
No, you would get more. You have answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Rispa, CPA Rispa, let's talk governance. And you told us that's your area of expertise. And from a governance standpoint, what reporting and accountability relationships that exist at the Commission from the level of chairperson of the Commission, commissioners, CEO, and the Secretariat? One is in terms of what reporting relationship are there. What is it that is supposed to be done by each of those chairperson, commissioners, CEO, and the Secretariat? And then accountability. How do they account to each other? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, FCPA, for that question. Looking at the overall mandate of the Commission, when you look at the commissioners, the chair, and the CEO, each one has a distinct role. And the chair and the commissioners or members of IEBC offer the oversight and give strategic direction. The CEO and the Secretariat then execute or do the day-to-day operations. So in terms of reporting, the CEO would be the link between the Secretariat and the Commission. So if there are certain directives that need to be executed, the Commission through the chair, that would be passed to the CEO, and then the CEO together with his Secretariat would deliver on the same and report back to the chair and the Commission.
Do IEBC have committees?
Yes, it does.
So what is the role of committees in terms of accountability and reporting?
The committees focus on different things. If you're talking of audit and risk, we are talking of training and human resource. I think the other committee that I'm aware of is finance and supply chain. So among others, there are about 7 or so. They deal with very distinct activities. So if, from my experience as a council member, through these committees is where certain things are looked at in details. Like if you're talking of the electoral processes or the processes that planning for an election, then there's a committee that would be mandated to look into that. If you're talking of procurement, then the committee, which is chaired by a commissioner would, and supported by the secretariat, would look at what needs to be procured, the finances and all that. So in a nutshell.
So what is the reporting relationship of committees?
The committees...
With the commission and with the chair?
Yeah.
How is the relationship?
So the committees should report to the chair in the commission in terms of the reports that are produced from those committees. And then once those papers come to the commissioners and the chair, then there are certain resolutions that would be passed, and these are now actioned by the secretariat, and that information is passed back to the secretariat through the CEO.
How do the committees report to the chair and the commission? You've said it reports to the two. You've mentioned both chair and the commission. How is that process?
There should be papers which are brought to, because I want to believe the chair and the commissioners work together. So if there are papers that come from the committee, then these come to the commissioners and the chair. And this same sitting usually has the CEO, who is the secretary, to that sitting or to the commission. So the chair is in charge of chairing the discussions, because after the committee has done their work, my understanding is that what comes to the chair and the commissioners are recommendations. And then the chair and the commissioners pass the resolutions or make the final decision collectively on what they want carried forward.
Thank you. I wish you well, Rispa. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, FCPA.
Thank you. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Rispa, pole kwa homa.
Asante, I'm getting better.
Now, I want to ask you a question related to the group formation dynamics. It's my assumption that the former commissioners, the ones who had come in at different intervals, eventually I think it's because of the group dynamics, the forming, storming and norming, that they ended up working like separate groups. Now, what we saw, the divisions that we saw, assuming these divisions are escalated to the secretariat, which is most likely, and the secretariat is still existing, we saw the division of the one who went, and if that division had escalated to the secretariat, meaning that division is still existing, using your skills of a certified mediator, as I've seen, how will you address it when you become a commissioner?
Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Misati. So, Chair, group dynamics will always be there. And with the history that exists, it's unfortunate that some of the commissioners had been there longer, and then the newcomers naturally grouped together. And these divisions tend to percolate to the secretariat. So one advantage I see is that with the formation of this new commission, the commissioners and the chair, these are people coming together. And for me, the first thing would be that there should be some sort of cohesion, and the group needs to build a team so that the tone is set at the top. Because the moment you allow the secretariat to notice that there's division, or you're working in silos, then they would take advantage of that. So the starting point for me would be, given a chance, that as commissioners, we make sure that we speak the same language, we are as cohesive as possible. The chair sets the tone, And then the moment that is set at the top, then it would be a little easy now to deal with the secretariat because they have no choice. Whatever comes to the commission, they realize that you'll be speaking one language as commissioners. And a lot of team building and cultural shifts, because I know a culture is not created overnight, but once the tone is set at the top by the commissioners, they demonstrate that they are united. They demonstrate that they are clear around their role. They demonstrate their strategic role of oversight without interfering with what happens at the secretariat. Then slowly, with the distinction of roles and clarity around what they do, I want to believe that clear communication, constant reminder of what is expected of each other would help us shift those dynamics.
Thanks so much. I hope you'll be able to address that when you, assuming you get an opportunity to get there. Now, the last one I want to ask you is the outside influence from the politicians. If you find a situation that politicians have got the powers, they're the ones who passes a budget in parliament, and you find that their influence is not in favor of your operations plan, what will you do as an IEBC commissioner? They are delaying your budget and some things have to be done. What are the options that you have as an IEBC commissioner?
Thank you so much.
Will you address the media and say these people are not releasing the money? Or because Kenyans will be looking at you, because when things go wrong, people will not know it was Parliament or wherever, or whichever source. So how will you address it?
Very true. This is an issue that would urgently need to be addressed, and unfortunately, probably it's happening even now. One thing I know is that there are certain activities of the Commission that can be done with funds from other sources. And then there are those that rely on exchequer. And my belief is that there are many ways to kill a cat, if I may use that analogy. Sometimes you need to lobby, be very strategic, and use tactics that would enable people see things from your view. Of course, it's important to speak clearly, communicate clearly to the parliamentarians through the right channel, and let them know that this delay is causing harm in one way or the other. Meanwhile, the things that we can do as a commission as we wait for this funding, because one truth or reality that I know most entities are faced with is that our resources are never enough. So it could be deliberate that the parliamentarians are causing that delay. Right now we are hearing that our counties have not been funded for, several months. It could be that our coffers are empty. Whatever the reality is, it's always good just to present your case well through the right channel, lobby if there's need for lobbying, again, without compromising on the values. And let work go on with the other funding sources that are available.
Now, my last follow-up question. You talked about lobbying. When you talk about lobbying, it will be, you're an independent commission, you need to make your independent decisions. What do you find that the lobbying is requiring? For me, scratch my back, I scratch your back. How will you address that? Because you're lobbying, you're trying to lobby. So how do you address that?
One thing I can say for sure is that that is a case that you may be faced with, but lobbying does not always have to go that way, because when you do it strategically, identify people, like-minded people who would champion your cause. Because I'm sure among the parliamentarians, there are very sober parliamentarians who would see things from a different perspective. So it would be on us to identify such characters or such people, and also avoid those ones that we know probably would pull us in the other direction. It's not an easy task, but it's doable.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma to also ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Rispa.
Yes, Madam.
How would you ensure that the non-traditional stakeholders, like the nomadic pastoralists, hunter-gatherer communities, ethnic minorities, are meaningfully engaged by the IEBC?
Thank you, Madam Fatuma, for that question. Chair, my understanding is that part of stakeholder engagement is to, one, identify who these people are, because in the numbers, sometimes they may be forgotten. So having statistics on who these are, those who are marginalized, it's good to have statistics on how many they are, where they are, among other things. The second step would be to identify their unique needs. What are their unique needs that need to be addressed? And then figure out the best channel or how best to deal with these people. Does it call for some innovative ways of ensuring that maybe through certain collaborations, you have people who are able to reach them? If it's about voting and they keep moving, are we going to have certain setups that favor that? If it's about the voter education, it could be language barrier, it could be accessing them. Then again, we, as a commission, we would need to figure out what are the best structures to ensure that they are reached and their needs are addressed.
These are the kind of structures that I'm actually asking you, if you can identify any. Like,
yeah.
Let's speak on voter education.
On voter education.
Yes, how would you ensure, if you become a commissioner, that the IEBC is able to reach to these communities, and the content, the type, what's going to be the medium?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So I want to believe these marginalized communities still have access to certain services. And if it's about having maybe even Huduma Center in certain areas where they are, if it means having mobile, how would I call it, like having people who move around to go specifically where they are to conduct this voter education, if it means identifying their own in the various places where they're found, to also collaborate with IEBC on ensuring that they are reached. And like I said, it starts by having the statistics and knowing exactly where they are, who they are, their numbers and all that. Then all this can be used. I also want to believe, despite the circumstances, there could be instances where technology would still apply, even where they are. And those can also be explored in terms of just ensuring that they are engaged. I don't know how it works, but we were just talking with Madam Koki about the options even to voting. So if we think out of the box with these nomadic communities, it could be probably people in the diaspora. I'm just widening that perspective of who are these unique people. It could be people with disability. It could be people in prisons. So once we've identified and figured them out, then we could think of, are they probably, could we publish certain booklets that are distributed to them? Could we have people on specific days go there? Could we use the officers or their own representatives, get champions in those areas and among the different categories to pass our information?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wish you well.
Thank you so much.
I want to invite Nicodemus to also ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Ruth. Madam Rispa.
Yeah.
What institutional mechanism would you expect to see at the IEBC to ensure integrity standards are consistently upheld at all levels if you're given a chance to serve?
if you don't mind, you just say it again slowly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pardon me.
What institutional mechanism would you expect to see at the IEBC to ensure integrity standards are consistently upheld at all levels?
Thank you so much for that question. Institutional mechanisms that would promote integrity standards at IEBC. If you allow me, I would say that credibility, which then builds on integrity, starts with systems. So as a commissioner, I would be keen to ensure that we have systems that work, systems that are understood, systems that are verifiable, and this then would make anybody who has other ideas on doing anything that is unethical think twice. And then human beings need constant reminders. So if it calls for ethical trainings or training on ethics, often by the commissioners, by the members of staff, this could also help. I'm also thinking that we could have accountability partners. This could be amongst ourselves as commissioners. It could also be within the secretariat, so that there's no process that is handled from end to end by one or two people. The more people are involved, the better, because then that makes it difficult for collusion to happen. And then communication, open communication, proactive communication, where you don't wait until people are asking questions, also helps if that is in place. Yeah. Probably having dashboards that would give certain information, because over time we probably know the areas of concern, the questions that are constantly asked. Then we could have dashboards that are accessible, or have third parties and other stakeholders able to access information. And we could also have a channel where if somebody has a case or would like to whistleblow or wants certain issues addressed, then that channel or provision is also made for feedback.
Thank you very much, and wish you the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now want to invite Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions. Prof.
Thank you, Chair. CPA Rispa Aworolik.
Yes.
I usually start by seeking clarification, so this is not a question. My questions will come. Okay. I noticed that from your work experience, you have mostly or nearly worked throughout your life with international organizations, either domiciled in Kenya or outside.
Yes, sir.
Any reason why you have not worked with a public institution in Kenya, or now is the opportunity to work with one?
Now is the opportunity. I'm a very patriotic Kenyan, I want to say that. Okay. And God giving me the chance, probably this would be the opportunity.
Thank you very
much. But I have demonstrated my interest. Like I said, I serve in Public Sector Accounting Standards Board.
Yes.
Yeah.
I noticed that you serve in ISPAC, and you have served nearly 3 chairs.
Oh, yes.
Okay. To my question now. The Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 distinguishes policy leadership from operational execution. If Rispa Aworolik became a commissioner, how would you maintain this distinction without overstepping into the secretariat's functions? I hope I was not as fast as boring, but I would repeat if you need me to repeat.
Kindly.
The Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 distinguishes policy leadership from operational execution. How would you, if you were to become a commissioner, maintain this distinction so as or without overstepping into the Secretariat's functions?
Thank you. So, Chair, on clarity of roles, this should be well stated from the start so that the oversight and strategic role of the commissioners is known by the commissioners, and the Secretariat are also aware of their operational roles and the mechanism on how the two come together to support and complement each other. So the constant reminder on clarity of roles, we could have a charter that speaks to who does what. And this is always helpful. Some of these things can even be demonstrated diagrammatically so that you see where dotted lines are, full lines are. And this can be, you know, well exposed so that people do not overstep. And I think when you work as a team, there's a way that teamwork enables to keep each other in check. So as commissioners, the constant communications amongst the commissioners would remind them of what their role are. Because I can tell you for sure, it's usually more likely that it's the oversight that gets into operations than the other way. So when there's that distinction and accountability and just supporting one another to stick to the clear roles and mandates, of course guided by the chair, I think that would be helpful.
My last question in this segment, you are a thoroughbred finance and account person from your CV, and I'm sure you know that in your world, when you look at the IEBC budget, there is a term called tenderpreneurs. You must have heard about that. And if you are in the IEBC Commission, rest assured you'll face them. So, Rispa Aworolek is a commissioner. You are approached by a contractor offering a financial incentive in exchange for influencing a decision on a ballot printing tender. What would Commissioner Rispa Aworolek immediate course of action be, should that happen?
Thank you, Prof, for that question. And in our line of duty, Chair, as an accountant, I must say that many a times we are faced with these conflicts. I started by saying I believe in value-based leadership. So when I am constantly reminded of the values that guide the work that I do, then I would avoid one, even having a scenario that would put me in that compromising situation. Because there are certain times when you can see danger from a distance. I mean, the moment even this contractor calls me, if they're coming in person or coming in proxy, the best thing would be to even avoid that. I'd also spoken to a situation where it's always good when you're not a sole decision maker. So it keeps you in check. And once processes are clear to people, then they would not waste their time. I know there are those who would want to try to influence as many as possible, but you make it harder by having a number of people involved in that process at different stages. One thing that I think has also helped me in my line of work, I mentioned earlier that when I was working as a finance and supply chain officer back in World Vision, there was a supplier relations management. So you can do some ethical background check on certain suppliers way in advance. And there are those who you'd avoid and just not want to deal with them. In the current world, we even have certain policies that we ask suppliers, not even just staff, to sign, so that potentially, if you want to do business with IEBC, then you're clear that this is how IEBC operates, and anything outside of that would not be acceptable. This would be the last line of defense. Sometimes it's just good to name and shame some characters if you can't handle them any other way.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Have you had to do that before?
Yes, unfortunately. Yeah, sometimes our work calls for toughness. And you do that once, the beauty is that it will scare off any such potential cases.
Fine, it's not too long when you are in high school. So we will ask our headmaster to ask you some questions from there.
If the 38-year-old said it was long, what would Rispa say? It's that high school time.
Oh my.
But we start from where you're very familiar. And as I said before, your reputation in finance and accounts precedes you. And therefore, I'm going to first ask you a high school question in that. The 2010 Constitution created 2 independent offices of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget. From where you sit as an experienced finance and accounts person, what was the rationale? In other words, before you just used to have Auditor General.
Yeah. And I'll use my own words.
Yes, yes, just use your own words, yeah.
Excuse me. So the Auditor General's office comes in financial management at the tail end. What you'd compare to a mortician. The worst has happened, probably. So having a control of budget who offers oversight on the utilization of the budgets is able to flag certain issues or areas, I think was a good thing. Of course, they work together, and I can tell you for sure, from my experience, most of the issues flagged out by the control of budget end up being picked out by the OEG, if not dealt with in between. So they complement each other, and the role of the control of budgets comes early enough, which is more proactive and a good thing.
You guys which use what terms? Ante and okay.
Say
Let
that
me
again?
not to go into that area.
Okay.
It's not my area. The second question, not in your area, but in current affairs, specifically on wildlife. Name the world-famous phenomenon experienced in one of the major national reserves in Kenya, including the name of the reserve. Can I repeat?
I think I heard you, and I'll. The wildebeest migration at the Masai Mara.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you sure it's not Serengeti?
Say whatever you said first goes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rispa. It's been a pleasure listening to you and learning from your perspectives. I don't know whether you have any question or comment for us.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a question per se, mine is just a comment. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you. I know I'm the last candidate of the day. You're tired. It's been a long day. and just to...
I hope it was not showing that we were tired.
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, that's part of the reason I'm giving this statement, just to congratulate you. This is day, is it 17? Or, yeah, it's not an easy task. Yet you have delivered on it really well. I was just sharing out there before I came in with the support staff who are very friendly, that I don't know how you manage. You know, speaking from morning to evening every day for so many days, it calls for a lot of strength and commitment, which I must applaud you for. So thank you very much. It's service to the nation, and I wish you well for the remaining days.
Thank you very much. There's a question you didn't respond to, whether you have any award or honor.
Okay. Yeah, so that has been given to me by ISPAC.
Okay.
There's a recognition. I'm due for fellowship, God willing, at the end of this year.
You become an F.
I'll be a fellow.
Okay.
Because of the years of service.
Okay.
But before graduating to that, about 3 years ago, I got a recognition, an award for the service this far.
That's fine.
And then it culminates into the fellowship in about 3 years.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you as you become an FCPA. And we wish you well. May you get well from the cold.
Thank you, sir.
The notebook and the pen are yours.
Okay.
Even the water. And then your certificates are with a gentleman who you will find at the door.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and have a good...
You too. Thank you. Okay, we call it a day. We want to thank you again, members of the Fourth Estate, for being faithful and fervent in the work of helping Kenyans follow these proceedings. We will see you tomorrow again at 8:30, God willing. Thank you very much. Asante.